never really listen anyway. Like, I don't care what they want, I'ma give them what they need. Never give a what and I never take a plea. Never gonna hear what they always try to say. Never really listen anyway. Like, hear what they want, I got what you need. I don't care, no, well, I don't care. What you get's what you see, it ain't nothing to me. I don't care, no, I don't care. Yeah, 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 yeah. Been a long time living off the wall. Years gone by that I can't recall. Runs from the rubber when I feel that rumble. One by one, gonna watch them tumble. Ooh, got a hungry head. I got a hungry head. Come hear the roar. It's never gonna be the same. Rolling in like a hurricane. Come hear the roar. Rolling in like a hurricane. Yeah, 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 yeah. Vultures vain if it's do or die. I guess one man's pain is another's pride. Feel my feet, hear the thunder bear. But soon you reap, give 'em one less pair. Ooh, I got a hungry head. I got a hungry head. Come hear the roar. It's never gonna be the same. Rolling in like a hurricane. Come hear the roar. Rolling in like a hurricane. Yeah, 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 yeah. The tune's digging deeper, but I ain't got the time. You can scream up in the catacombs if you want, but I'm gonna climb. Sound and solution, and rise to the call.
Good morning, good people, and welcome to the 2025 Department of Defense Warrior Games. We're coming to you from beautiful Colorado Springs, where today's action is all about cycling. Athletes will take on a 1-mile loop, first in solo sprints against the clock, then in fast-paced group races, all with one goal, the podium. It's fast, it's fierce, and it's all unfolding right here at the DoD Warrior Games, starting now.
I was born for this moment, I want the glory. There's nothing that can stop me now, I know it's for me. I was born for this moment, I want the glory. There's nothing that can stop me now, I know it's for me. I was born for this instant, I want the glory. Yes, I want the glory. Yes, I want the glory.
Yeah, and a very good morning and a very big hello to everybody joining us. 2025 DoD Warrior Games, Colorado Springs, Colorado, Olympic City. and we are set for day number 2. Can't believe it. Here we go into day number 2. Yesterday, amazing day in powerlifting. Today is going to be an amazing day in cycling. I'm hanging out with 13-time Paralympic medalist, none other than Chris Waddell in the house. Chris, you and I have been part of this for a long time. It's all about the road racing today. It's about time trials, but we're going to hand out some medals, aren't we?
We're going to hand out a bunch of medals. We're going to start with the time trial, which is what they call the race of truth, right?
The race of truth.
So
I like that.
You are out there on your own. This is going to be a 1-mile lap, 1-lap time trial. So we're going to see where people stack up. It'll be good for us because with the time trial, it'll give us an idea of where people are going to stack up in the road race, which will be following. So we'll have recumbents. So we'll have people pedaling.
So I'm keeping track of all this right now, okay? I'm trying to wrap my head around it because it's a big day of cycling, right?
It's a big day of cycling.
Okay.
So the three big categories that we'll have are the recumbents. So they are pedaling with their feet. Then we'll go to the hand cycles, which is also a recumbent.
But not to be confused, but different.
Yeah,
you pedal hands and one speed, okay?
And then we'll have upright. And we'll have a variety of classes within those 3 big classes, but those are the ones that are going to start together in the road race. But on the time trial, the race of truth, 30-second interval in between each athlete. So the first athlete will go, 30 seconds to the next athlete. There's no drafting involved. So drafting, when you're directly behind the person in front of you, you get a benefit in not having to break the wind yourself.
Did you just say break wind?
I think I did. I was just making sure.
And then drafting. I do a little bit of drafting in my normal car if I'm running low on gas.
You do?
Get behind the semis, get nice and close to a little
you got
drafting.
a big car. You need to get behind something big if you're gonna have them break the wind for you.
A little different, though, this year because the fact it was a lot hotter last year in Orlando, in O-Town. The weather was
hot and humid.
Not the case here. Will that be better for the riders in the long run?
It'll be better for the racers in the long run, and it's still a little bit chilly this morning. It's going to warm up as the day goes on here. We'll get up to Orlando, and we have our first rider off, actually. Anna Allison.
Yeah, Anna Allison starting this off, the first one out, and you say they're going in 30 seconds increments, right?
And one of the things, this is a bit of a challenging course on the mental side, in that it's slightly downhill, then there's a U-turn, then it's slightly uphill, then there's another U-turn to the finish.
So you want to send it on the downhill, right? You want to just get as fast as you can go? Is that the game plan?
They've been, yeah, exactly. You want to get it going as fast as you can go, but you also want to save a little bit on the way up. It can be a little bit deceiving because you go out and you think, I'm really strong, because you've got your computer there, you've got your little cat eye or whatever, that your speedo that's telling you how fast you're going, and you're thinking, I'm feeling really good, and then you make that U-turn and come back up and you're not feeling cool.
This is the way up. This is the uphill part, okay.
But you don't really see it distinctively. It's a gradual downhill and then a gradual uphill.
Is it more of a feel at that point? You're kind of feeling that when you're okay, I'm getting a little bit more resistance on this, so obviously it's more of a tilt to the uphill?
Tilt to the uphill. I really appreciate having the downhill first because you're going out strong, right? This is when you're at your strongest, you can get your highest speed, and then you've just got to gut it out on the way back.
Well, and when you're riding the trails and stuff, you got to shuttle up it first, and then you get that downhill. You don't get the downhill right off the bat. In this one, you do get the downhill off the bat.
You get the downhill right off the bat.
I don't know.
Got to remember.
Other things.
But it's a beautiful morning out here. Not a breath of wind either.
Oh, it's almost like the flags are broken. They're not even moving whatsoever.
Not moving at all, which is great.
Madison Cole just taking off. Cutting a little short there, right next to that curb.
Starting to see the hay bales come up.
And you talk about the length of this course being, it's just shy of the mile, right? Did you say 0.9? Is that what I heard correctly out of you?
0.9-ish. So So
So a little different than 9 because you're putting the ish in there. So
yeah, it's
maybe
it's
9-2,
yeah.
9-3.
Yeah, exactly, something like that.
And in a situation like this, how many times do you think they're able to actually run this course before they actually run it for time?
They were out here and they were training beforehand, you know, getting warmed up. So they know what's going on. It's a nice road too. Not like you're looking at it thinking, okay, there's a big pothole there,
Yeah.
I've got to avoid that. This is a great surface. The thing that can be a challenge is that U-turn, especially on the first time as you're coming down the hill. You have your max speed and then you're going to do a U-turn, and that's where we see some people who've had an upright and close view of the hay bales.
Yeah, I mean, I could kind of compare it to just making a U-turn on a street that says there's no U-turns, right? And if you start a little too early and you make that turn, now you're almost lining up at the curb.
I mean, this is back to snowboarding, back to ski racing. You want to make one clean arc, right? See,
Yeah.
I'm sorry that I said that. I hope we didn't jinx somebody.
You
but
had nothing to do with that, I'm telling you right now.
I should have said it beforehand so that people
Yeah.
were aware of it, right?
In a perfect world, if you would have caught that ahead of time. But that shows you the situation too with the hay bales too. If you don't get that U-turn correct, so the more times you spin that, you kind of know the sweet spot where to go into it, right?
Exactly. Yeah. You want to follow that arc of the turn. It's not a bank turn. Totally flat turn. Might be falling away a little bit.
Nicole,
That's the only technical part.
Yeah, that's it right there.
It really is. I mean, it's knowing.
But it could
that
make
it's
or break you,
downhill.
though.
It's an uphill. It's the only real technical part of the course.
Nicole Stickle, who took a gold yesterday in powerlifting, on course right now.
Yeah, these athletes are going to be doing a variety of different events throughout the week. So there might be some real anaerobic events, but there's got to be some endurance to being successful throughout the week.
Yeah, there's a lot of pacing going on. You have 9 days of competition, and when you have 9 days of competition, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So if you go out and you just try to send it on your first 2 competitions, and you give everything you got, and you just left it all out of the course, well, that could be a problem with 7 more events to go.
Exactly. Working some different systems, right?
Yeah.
So we had the bench press yesterday and the powerlifting, and now got some of these athletes pedaling with their legs. So legs should be relatively fresh.
Master Sergeant Jessica Yates will be dropping in now for the first time. 30-second intervals we're talking about here today.
So you do have that carrot out there. You're chasing somebody. If you're not the first person, you are chasing somebody, which I always think is an easier way to approach it, right? That if you're chasing somebody, it makes your life a little bit easier. You don't have to think about how fast you're going or pacing or anything. You're just trying to track that other person down.
And even like on a normal road ride, when you're going out and you're in bike lanes, I do the same thing.
Yeah.
Like you pace yourself off the person in front of you, going, well, let me see if I can keep up with them. Just a couple of clicks back, and you just try to hang in there. And like you said, you're not thinking and looking at, well, I need to be going, 25 miles per hour right here. You don't even have to think that because you're looking at one person ahead of you, right?
That's exactly it. Keep it simple. Life works a whole lot easier if you keep things
Don't
simple,
overthink it, right,
No,
Chris? No.
not at all. And the sun is now coming up, Brad.
Right in our face.
Right in our face. We're going to get a little sunshine today.
Just like you called it.
Well, the question with the sun coming up, right? I mean, there's not a breath of wind. But with the sun coming up, are we going to start getting a little bit of wind as the temperature starts to change?
Scott Terry getting ready to go here. Let's do a little weather check while we're here. See what's going on here. We got I think it's going to be the hottest part of the day. And they're saying wind gust up to 11 miles an hour. So we'll start seeing that probably as time goes on here. Welcome everybody joining us online, DODWarriorGames.com. And everybody showing up out here and representing. Chris Waddell and Brad J with the call, cycling for the day.
get you some results as we get them.
You can't move it someplace else and plug it in someplace else, right? The shape. Well, I guess if you can get, if you can get that stuff there, that's good.
And here's Michael Bradley, Burkesville, Kentucky. Master Sergeant. Embarking on his day here for SOCOM.
So basically what we're going to do with that wire is he's just going to catch athletes coming out. Oh, okay. So at least you can film like them getting ready and stuff. I know. This thing just needs to like drop a little bit. Oh, yeah. So you're right. All right.
It'll be fine. Well, it looks like we're starting to get some times coming across.
Yes, we are. So this is a mile, but a little less than a mile.
No. 0.9-ish is what your
0.9-ish.
your
0.9-ish,
quote today.
exactly. 0.9 plus a little bit.
Christopher Visconti out of Brooklyn. Gotta be careful riding the streets of Brooklyn, though, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. There's a couple of cars out there.
There are just a few. Amanda Finch, we see in the T Open category, 257 for Army.
So that gets her in and around 20 miles an hour for this 1 mile time trial.
That's the average right there?
Yeah.
About 20?
About 20, I mean, depending on how long the course is exactly.
Nathan Baldwin on course now.
All right.
And you see Nicole Stickle. She was gold in powerlifting in her category yesterday. 3:03 for her today. Second fastest so far in that class, with Rhoda Bargas in the number 3 spot. 3:06 for her. 3:07 Madison Cole in 4th. So there's your top 4 right there, and that is the T Open. T Open meaning
this is the open class of the recumbent, right? So
yes.
So we get to the T1, the T2 as well, but most are racing in the T1. We will eventually, we're still getting everybody started, but we actually will have one VIOBR, a tandem
visually
recumbent.
impaired, right? The
Visually
VI?
impaired,
Okay.
exactly.
Now, how do they come up with the categories? And because obviously you know all the categories, or somewhat, right? Yeah, you got a handle on it.
We've got a little bit of a, yeah. I mean, mostly the open class is where you're using, you know, where you have all of your appendages, right? And then when we're getting into some of these others, are when it gets specific to a specific disability, you know. So we have a variety of different groups that are competing here.
So strong crowd on hand today there.
Strong crowd on hand, and we see just how much people have to prepare for that turn at the bottom. That's when things can go horribly wrong.
Christopher Duke You know I'm going to say it. He's going to duke it out right here.
He's going to duke it out.
You know this was coming. You've been working with me for a long enough time.
I should know.
Yeah.
I should know where things are going, right?
Dad jokes are coming.
They are.
What a great day, as you're talking about. Yeah, no wind at all today. Cool temperatures. You know, you're looking at, we were high 60s. Now we're in the 70s. By the time we finish this thing, it'll be probably 85. Adam Corellis at Dunkirk, New York, up next. Stepping up in the beard game big time, this guy.
Little wind resistance, though.
Yeah, that could hold you back just a notch, right?
Little wind resistance blowing through that. I mean, you know, that's style and attitude versus a little bit of drag.
Oh, he's so calm. So I just feel like that's kind of par for the course. He's just going to go for it.
I don't think he's worried about it.
I don't think that ever entered his mind once.
I don't think so.
That the beard would be. The beard's really going to hang me up today, Chris.
He's been working on that beard for a while, too.
Yeah, that's not an overnight beard.
No. Not like that guy with his, you know, with the one that was on a string yesterday.
Matthew Leone out of Taylorsville, Utah.
Utah boy.
Now you see him kind of switch back on, so that's a different type of steering situation, right? The steering is.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's the steering levers effectively, right? So you don't have a headset the way that you would on your bike.
Exactly.
You're steering with those levers, which definitely takes a little bit of getting used to.
Like the new mowers, right? The new lawnmowers that kind of have that. They can kind of spin on
those fancy ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. These guys are hoping not to spin like that.
All right, so Chris Waddell, Brad J here with the call. Cycling day 2 of your 2025 DoD Warrior Games, Colorado Springs. They call it Olympic City. Why do they call it Olympic City here? There's been no Olympics here.
No, because the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee offices are here, and training center is here. So you have athletes training here all the time. You have resident athletes who live here and train. Yeah, this is it. This is the place to be if you're gonna come and train.
But out of all places that they could have picked, why Colorado Springs? Is it the weather? Is it the altitude? Is it the training facilities? What is it about it?
I feel like that's an answer I should be able to
just make it up.
Just make it up, really. Yeah.
Just say something that I'm gonna believe in.
Yeah, I think
to me, just looking at it from my cloudy vision, I would think that the fact of the elevation of it is going to help you in training for one.
6,035 feet, right?
Yeah, wouldn't that help? Depending on where you're going.
There's a benefit there. There can be a training benefit there if you're going back to sea level. There's something to be said for that. So this is where we're seeing the tandem recumbent, which is tandem because we have a visually impaired athlete in the back, so you have a pilot in the front.
You don't see many of those bikes, so those are custom-built bikes, correct?
Get some custom-built bikes, yeah. You're not going to go to your regular bike shop. Pick one of these things up.
They don't have it.
No.
Well, I've noticed I've done some mountain bike announcing downhill stuff when we've had visually impaired. They'll have a rider that's giving the cues to the rider who is visually impaired in front.
Yes, that is like the way that they ski.
Like Alpine, yeah.
Right.
The visually impaired in the Alpine.
Yeah, so one of my
Paralympics,
buddies who was on the team with me, a guy named Bobby McMullen, went and did all the downhill mountain biking stuff after he retired. And
I remember because they would refer to him as his nickname was Blind Bobby.
Blind Bobby, which he had on his jersey. And he had somebody giving him a hard time at one point. We have some of the hand cyclists starting now.
It's not very politically correct.
Well, he's allowed to do it.
But he calls himself that.
Yeah, he calls himself Blind Bobby.
Yeah, I remember calling him a few. All right, Tracy Rodriguez getting ready to go here.
Big start from Tracy Rodriguez, hand cycling. So the recumbent part is where you're actually lying backwards, right? I mean, this is versus the regular cycling where you're up over the top of the pedals. This is where you're actually lying back. For the hand cyclist, it's kind of like a decline bench press.
Okay, now I'm understanding it.
So you're trying to get those big muscles involved, but at the same time, it's more aerodynamic.
So the one in the back almost has a fork kind of in front.
Right.
And that attaches to the front part of the bike. So that gives it that ability to be able to turn in the middle. I think we're going to check in with Tina Dixon here in just a second. Third member of our team. She is standing by. Let's send it downstairs to Tina Dixon with more. Tina, take it away.
Yeah, I'm with Rhoda Bargas, team captain with the Air Force, just finished up her time trial. How important is it for you in these time trials to just set that pace?
It's very important because you want to make sure that you're speeding up when you need to and taking that slow turn so you don't wreck, and making sure you're keeping up in that slight false slope over there. So it was a really tough 1 miler for sure.
Yeah. I mean, a 1 mile, you've got to, it's that balance, right? Going out fast or going out at that right pace. We've been talking about on the broadcast the slope of the course. Going out, there's a slight downhill, and then there's a slight uphill. How do you balance that?
With a lot of training. The first time I tried it out yesterday, I actually popped a wheelie on the trike, and fortunately I recovered pretty well. And that's what's the scary part, because last year I crashed on an upright, so that's why I'm on a recumbent. I'm already lower to the ground. So.
Yeah. And then your role with the team, describe that for us.
I am the team co-captain for the Air Force. And I'm here as a mama bear role as well, so I'm the oldest one on the team. I came here 3 weeks early just from Florida just so I could train and acclimate at this elevation.
So you got a couple jobs today.
I do. I got to take care of my babies.
Well, we're going to let you get right back to it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much, Tina. We're into the hand cycles now. Chris, what do you got going on here? What are we looking at here?
So we're looking at some of the, we got some of the hand cyclists going, and we've got some results happening as well. So right now, looking at the T Open on the recumbent, we had Amanda Faint at 2:57, Nicole Stickle at 3:03, and Rhoda Bargas at 3:06. They're looking like the podium at the moment, but these things all have to be, these are still not confirmed results. But that's where they're staying right now. And then on the men's side, we have Christopher Morago, whom we saw yesterday in the lifting at 2:40. Curtis Ballou at 3:03. And Thomas Deaton at 3:05. So that's the podium for the men's T Open. On the T1, Scott Terry coming in at 3:53. T2, Jeffrey Peters, 238, Michael Bradley, 259, and Nathan Baldwin, 307. VIOB-R, Luis Avila, 359. So that was our tandem visually impaired. They are their own class.
Yeah, and he's Luis Avila. He competed last year, I think, also.
Yep.
The year before. I remember him.
Mm-hmm.
So time's coming in now. These are the time trial results, right, that we're giving out right now. Like the T2 that you just gave, and T1, and
so 0.9-ish of a mile. You're looking at 20 miles an hour has been around, around where you're going to be pretty competitive, where you're going to be on that podium, in and around 20 miles an hour.
About that 20 mph, right?
Yep, 19 to 20 miles an hour.
So that's why when we talk about, you talk about it being a downhill into that first U-turn. That's why the slight downhill, that's what could make or break your time, because you want to go a lot faster. That makes up for when you're on the uphill, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're pushing that big gear on the downhill. You want to maximize as much speed as you can.
Yeah.
And then you also need to make that turn. So that turn's kind of giving your momentum a bit of a problem as you're turning back up to go up the slight. So you're off the pedals. We see a little bit of pedaling going around the corner, and then all of a sudden, then you're going on that uphill, and it looks flat, right? This is the problem. This is where it plays with you mentally, is that it looks flat, and so you think that you should be going faster, but suddenly there's a little bit more gravity going on.
And are they seeing, a lot of these guys, do they have speedometers on those bikes?
Yes.
That they're able to tell exactly what they need to be at?
Yeah, they probably have speedometers. Some of them might have power meters. They might have, looking at how many watts they're putting out and trying to maintain their watts or whatever. I mean, that's been more of the direction of cycling, is not as much about the speed as it is about the output.
I see that, because when I look at my Strava on that,
it'll tell you about
what you put out.
Wattage,
Yeah.
Give you your average wattage, but you can actually put a power meter on there that's a little bit more accurate than you're going to get on your Strava.
Because the miles per hour is that's old school, man, right?
It is. So you can get the MPH, you can get the wattage, you can get your heart rate, you can get your cadence, how many revolutions you're doing. I mean, usually we've got a bunch of the cyclists going. We're going into the uprights with Lindy Stark starting.
Stark, a solid showing yesterday in powerlifting for her. This is the time trial upright on course right now.
You see, she's got quite a cadence going. She's probably in and around, like getting close to 100 RPMs there. I'm usually in and around like 65.
Wait, and what would you say that she was at?
I would say she's probably closer. She's got to be 90 to 100. I would
Are you
say.
slacking, Chris? Is that what you're saying?
Usually I am trading a gear for cadence.
Okay.
It comes down to.
I'm just kidding around.
No,
Yeah.
I got you. No, I'm with you.
We're gonna
100%.
have fun.
Yeah. But that is something that we can see with some of these athletes, is that some will. So the higher your cadence is, the more it's a cardiovascular workout as opposed to the muscular workout, right? And so some will go toward. This was one of the things like the Lance did back in the day. I mean, he was more of an RPM guy and didn't want to get into that red line zone. When you get into that red line zone, it's a whole lot harder to recover from it.
Which Lance are we talking about? The one, the before Lance or the after Lance?
This is the before Lance.
I'm sorry I had to bring it up. But
So you're done before Oprah, after Oprah?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Okay,
Yeah.
this is before.
Before Oprah or after Oprah? It's like, AD or BC. I like that. That is funny. So was he clicking a lever under the seat? What was going on? I think I've seen some documentaries.
Oh, I don't think there was. I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's one of those things that I saw an edit where it shows him on uphills kind of reaching under the seat every single time. But that was, I mean, come on. That would have been way ahead of the whole the E stuff, right? When that was going on.
Yeah. No, I don't know. And that's, I mean, it gets to some of what you see in the sport though too, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I remember there was one guy who got busted with a little E thing in the Tour de France. And
They're tiny.
It was a tiny little deal. It was like 1% difference, but 1% difference
Is a big deal.
is a really big difference, right?
Bianca Hayden now taken up out of Eugene, Oregon. So the Amanda Fink time that we see from the major, from the Army, that 2:57, that's a pretty darn good time, isn't it, for that? For
Yes.
the Open, right?
Definitely, yes. We've got some pretty good times going right now. We're still just in the recumbent times that we've received on our list. We don't have any of the hand cycle times, but yeah, that looks like a real top of the class.
I mean, once again, not 0.9 on the mile, so there's a 2:50, 2:38 we saw there too as well. Jeffrey Peters in the T2 class put together a 2:38.27. And for what we have now, that's pretty much the fastest. Christopher Morego, a 2:40 for him. And then the 2:57 for Amanda Fink. So under the 3 mark is a good time.
Under the 3 mark is a good time, and we'll see something different with the uprights. I mean, we've been
Right,
talking
yeah.
about how the U-turns are a significant part of this race, right? But you see it right now, the cyclists have the ability to lean into the turn. So you can make a little bit smaller.
Is that,
arc.
are you going into that turn with a slight back brake or a slight front brake or a little combo of them both?
I think it's going to be dependent upon the actual individual athlete, right? So a little bit of back brake, take a little bit off potentially. I'd imagine there's some who are going to go straight into it without any brake at all.
And just try and hold that line, obviously not get you so it takes you towards the curb, but
start the turn at the right time. This is, I mean, it's kind of like NASCAR, except it's exactly the opposite, right? Because they're turning right instead of turning left.
they would be confused if you had them do that in NASCAR. They wouldn't know what to do.
They wouldn't. Yeah, they don't turn that way.
So Elaine Rosenstein now out of San Diego. We were down there, what, 2 years ago down there in San Diego?
We were in San Diego. Yes, we were. It was a little chillier in San Diego.
It was. Well, it had that morning fog that was on it. That morning fog kind of has a little something to do with it. But, you know, also, that was just a lot of fun being down in San Diego, Coronado Island, and being part of that. Hillary Rupp now from Casa Grande, Arizona, on course right now. Chris Weidel and Brad J on the call with you. We were with powerlifting yesterday. All about the cycling today. And it goes quick, doesn't it?
It does. It goes quickly, but also one of the things that you were talking about being in San Diego, we had the run of the place, right? I mean, we were doing the time trials out on the tarmac, right? Out on the.
We were doing that.
And so you can close the whole thing down. These are regular roads that have been closed down. So it's a little bit different. They had tons of space out there.
And it was really Top Gun heavy, wasn't it, out there in San Diego? Everything kind of revolved around the movie Top Gun.
It was. And we had a bit of history too.
Yeah.
Right? We had a bit of the old planes, the old helicopters. Kind of cool. A little bit of a museum.
Oh yeah, we went and got. I think on the wrap-up day, went and saw the Midway. Got to go see some of the ships in the harbor there. Second time we were here in Colorado Springs. We were on the base the last time we were here. And they thought, let's just close up some streets and do it downtown now.
And we're just off the campus of Colorado College, which is where a lot of the events will be going on.
Tigers? Is that Cougars?
The Tigers. The Tigers, yeah.
Wow. Did I scare you? I'm sorry about that.
You did. I just wasn't prepared. I'll be fine next time.
There's a tiger in the booth. Thanks for joining us, though. Everybody joining us online. Appreciate having you. All the people here in the house. We are broadcasting with DoDWarriorGames.com, and we're also broadcasting for the live show as well. Well, you really got to pace yourself. You're competing in a bunch of events. We've seen it over the years of doing this event, where if you're competing in, let's say 8 or 9 events, it is a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. This can be a challenge today when you have the time trial to start in the morning.
Yeah.
And you're flat out. You're not supposed to have anything left by the time you get to the finish line of this. And then a few minutes later, you're going to get into the road race.
Well, the good thing is yesterday, you're doing the powerlifting thing, so you're really working the arms and the shoulders too in some cases. And out here now, you're getting things going here on the bike. So it's just a switch up of different things you're working with, different machines you're on. Tanya Miranda Banks right here in Lisbon, Portugal. Have you been to Portugal?
I have not.
I
would love to go to Portugal.
Chris, I've not done that either. I want to go surf Portugal one of these days. But yeah, if you come out and you come out swinging on day 1 and you come out swinging on day 2, day 3 you're going to kind of wake up and go, man, did I use too much of my energy for the first couple of days?
I think that's a real problem.
Back in the high school days, I was on the swim team, and I had the duty of swimming the 500, which is the 20-lap swim, right?
Okay.
And the problem with me is I didn't know how to pace. And so I would hit the water just full blown, this paddle swimming as fast as I can. And I would lead. Oh, I would be in first for easily 10 laps. And then the last 10 laps, I would fall down to probably like 5th place by the time the race was over. So I did not know how to, you were talking about following someone and being able to use your cadence off what they're doing. I had none of that. I had no idea. Just like the gun goes off and it's just go, 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 go. And then like, I got nothing in the tank anymore.
You're swimming a 50-meter, 50-meter mentality with a 500-meter race.
Yeah, I think the coach put me in that because I was such a loudmouth in school. He's like, I just want this guy to be as tired as possible so I don't have to listen to him. So pacing yourself is something you definitely need to know how to do that, especially at Warrior Games when you're competing in so many different sports. And maybe it's, maybe when you get to the archery part or precision shooting, you maybe take a little bit more of a break and just focus on those particular competitions. But, you go from powerlifting to cycling, that's a good way to zap you right off the bat. Adam Proctor now out of Clarksville, Tennessee. The time trial in the upright.
So we do have a couple more results coming in. So we had Lindy Stark in the C4. So she's number 1 in the C4 category. 3:01. C6 Open. We have Kyra Maggio at 2:30. So that's a fast time. One of the fastest times we've seen so far.
2:30 for sure.
Gabrielle. I might have to get corrected on that, on my pronunciation there. My Spanish isn't so good. 2:48 in second place, Jessica Garcia, 2:49. So that's the C6 Open. Then in the H Open, we have Tracy Rodriguez at 4:05. Is number 1 there. On the men's side, DeMarcus Garrett at 4:06. He's number 1. H3, Brianna Gerard, right?
Yeah, I think Gerard on that.
Yep, Gerard at 4:44. She's number 1 in her class. H5, we have a bigger class. Mike Haley, 3:04, number 1. Dimitri Cheko, 3:21. Carson Shaw, 3:32. So that's your top 3 there. The T Open. So we've had these before. So Amanda Faint, remember 2:57. Nicole Stickle, 3:03. Let's see. We'll get to some that we haven't had. Christopher Morago at 2:04 in the men's open. Brandon Duenas at 2:41 in second place, and Curtis Ballou at 3:03. On the T1, Scott Terry at 3:53. We have the T2, Jeffrey Peters, 2:38.
That's a nice time right there, 2:38.
That's a fast one.
Yeah.
Second fastest we've seen. We have a 2:30 out there. Michael Bradley at 2:59 and Nathan Baldwin at 3:07. And then with the VIOB-R, so this
Luis.
is the tandem, Luis Sevilla at 3:59. That is what we have so far. We'll continue to update you as we get updated.
Now, when you're practicing the first time, and you're gonna, let's say you're gonna roll this course for the first time, and you're timing yourself, you're seeing what you did. What are you trying to improve on? You were talking about more of the power and the watts you're putting out over the miles per hour. But what do you pick to chase after you've done it once? Like, you're recording this, obviously, and you're going to look at your time and go, I need to speed this up, or I need to do something different.
Yeah, I mean, when you first look at the course, I mean, something you're looking at is course surface, right?
Yeah.
You know, and it's a pretty good road, pretty smooth.
Do you walk
road,
it?
So that's
Do you
helpful.
walk it first and just check it out for everything?
I think most of the people will have just come out and have rolled it, right? I mean, they'd be in and around the surface, but if it's a really technical course and you have a bunch of bumpy surface, because some of these roads are not as good as this road is.
So
right?
your first time you roll it, you're not going at speed. You're probably just trying to look at what you have ahead of you, right?
Sort of warming up. You're
Got
getting
it.
the lay of the land, figuring out where you're, you know, what it's going to do, just getting it out on the macro level, right? Then the micro level. Then, you know, you're not going to put everything into it in your warm-up. But one of the things I would do, and this is something that you do on the track, like especially like as a wheelchair racer, you're setting your steering based on going in at max speed.
Oh, okay, that
So
makes
you want
sense.
to
Yeah.
do the turn.
Yeah.
So the turn here is the technical part. And if I were warming up on this course, one of the things I would do is get on that downhill and pick up some speed as I'm going into the turn to figure out what's this turn going to be like, because that's going to be the differentiator. Obviously, the engine is a huge part.
Yeah.
But that's where things can go wrong, where you can make a mistake that then affects your time.
So you would basically roll the U-turn,
Yep.
stop, go back, roll the U-turn again.
Potentially, or you know, it's a mile, so you're going to do a fairly decent warm up, right? So
Yeah.
you go around, and then the next time think, okay, I'm going to go into this a little bit harder. Maybe I want to be on the outside coming in, and then mark where you're going to.
That's NASCAR
going to
talk.
start your turn.
That's
right?
NASCAR talk
Exactly.
right there.
Mrs. Ford versus Ferrari kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. At that crack, that's where I'm going to start my turn.
That's where you bank down into it. Yeah. Okay.
You know.
And so wouldn't this be a 2 U-turn thing? Because you have the downhill U-turn, and then don't you have kind of an uphill U-turn?
I don't think they're going through the uphill U-turn
Okay.
on this. We'll see the uphill U-turn when they're in the road race.
Okay, when they have to do a longer race.
Right.
Martin Domaratsky from Hubert, North Carolina.
But that's the real technical part.
The rad band.
And then it's a matter of just measuring your power throughout. And you want to maximize that. You want to get into a really good, fast, comfortable. I'd run that big gear on the downhill, on the slight downhill. And then you shift down a little bit.
Yeah, you back it off, right? And the
Shift
back
down
up.
a little bit and try to maintain that cadence as you're coming back up the uphill, and maintain that speed as best you can. I mean, those are going to be the most successful people, are the ones who are going to maintain the speed on the uphill. That's where you're going to win it. That's where you're going to win the race. I mean, it's going to be the U-turn, and then it's going to be the uphill part.
Yeah, because you want to have that. You want to have that speed through the U-turn, so you get as far up the uphill part with speed, so you don't have to gear down too much, right?
And some of it also is a matter of doing what you do best. You got to take advantage of your greatest strengths,
What's
right?
your strength? Yeah, exactly.
So we were watching, I was doing some commentary for the Boston Marathon a few years ago, and there's an American guy who runs really fast downhill. And he was way ahead of everybody at the start because it's mostly downhill at the beginning of the race. And the thought was, what's this guy doing? He's getting way ahead of himself, and he's going to die. But he had to take advantage of what he did well to then
goes
try
back to your strengths, right?
Try to be most successful in the back half of the race. So there's a strategy, Brad. You gotta engage that muscle. You know, that gray matter right between your ears every once in a while.
You got to use it, right?
You do. That's why they're coaches too.
Adam Fouts, Girard, Ohio. Competed last year in 2024, second Warrior Games. So we got some officials, like a referee's whistle here. So we're reading times off, but it does not become, is there a point where you go to the cycling judges, or you have a complaint, or what is the process after you finish the race if you weren't comfortable with what you saw your time? Can you protest? Is that what I'm looking? Is that the term I'm looking for?
Not a whole lot of protests going on as far as time is concerned.
Yeah.
There could be a disqualification or something like that. I mean, that might be where there's a protest, right? Where somebody went off the course or something like that. You know, I mean, it'd be hard to have a disqualification here.
Yeah. So this is official. We have the green official stamp on it. So I'm pretty sure this one is official. So looking at the T Open on the women's side of things, congratulations to Amanda Fink, the 257 for the Army. She will take the official first spot on that one. Nicole Stickle, second place for Air Force. She did a time of 3:03. Rhoda Bargas, she checks in third with a 3:06. And outside of the top three, Madison Cole just outside by 1 second, a 3:07 from Madison Cole for Air Force. That puts her in fourth. Rachel Drummond, 3:12 for Air Force in the number 5 spot. So you got second through 5, all Air Force in the top 5 in the T Open. So Air Force having their way with the T Open category. As we go back to the course now, 13-time Paralympic medalists Chris Waddell and Brad Jay with you.
Nice turn there on the U-turn. You want to maintain your momentum as best you can. You've built it on this slight downhill. You want to keep that. I mean, that's that whole thing I remember as a kid, and it continues as you get older, where you're going down the hill. You want to take that momentum as far up the hill as you can, right?
It's so funny that you say that. I mean, I hate to bring it up, but my wife and I ride bikes a lot. And she always complains that I don't keep that speed going the uphill. Like, I'll have that big lead on the downhill, and then all of a sudden she'll come soaring past me on the uphill. So then I start realizing, you got to gear down, man. You got to gear down so you can keep the momentum going, so you not just go from 20 miles an hour to 8 miles an hour.
You got a downshift. Does she heckle you a little bit as she passes you on the uphill?
She says, can you get out of my way, please?
At least she says please.
Yes, she does say please. That's just too funny. Now I know what I'm doing wrong. I learned it just from this. Just from this moment with you.
We're going to make your life better, Brad.
10 more to go here, and we'll wrap up on the time trials part of it.
As that sun is popping out, it's warming up a little bit here, too. We have not seen any wind, though. It's still absolutely still, which is
nothing yet. Even the smallest of twigs aren't moving out here.
Let's go, Brian! Let's go!
So Brian Hernandez from the Marines getting ready to go there. Jerry Milan, saw him competing, did quite well yesterday in powerlifting. There's that nice little turn, keeping it tight. I like the fact you talk about not using the brakes on that turn. Like, if you can roll that without brakes, that's what's going to keep your speed up. If you got to brake down a little bit, and if you have to brake, is it better if you're going around a turn to go slight front brake, or is it better just to go back brake only?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, and I think you do a little bit of the front brake, but it all just matters when you do it. You know, are you doing it right before the start? Because you really don't want to brake in the turn.
No,
braking in the turn affects your turn.
So in NASCAR they say brake before the turn and speed out of the turn.
Exactly, and then you see a lot of people. I mean, one of the things you want to do as you come out of that turn, you want to recapture that momentum as best you can, right? So out of the saddle, hit it hard, get a few good hard pedal strokes, and then get right back into that rhythm. Rhythm is so much a part of a time trial, is staying in that rhythm, staying below that threshold, but as fast as you can go below that threshold.
And for, you know, if you've never raced before, you don't realize. I mean, it just seems like, oh, you're just racing, you're just pedaling a bike. There's so much more to it I've called so many downhill races, and I've called, you know, a bunch of road races as well. It's so much more technical, I feel like, when it comes down. Not more technical, but it's very technical on the road side of things.
Yeah, most assuredly. Well, I mean, mountain bikes, you got a bunch of those. I mean, line is so important on the mountain bike side too. And this, the road bike side, yeah, definitely. There's only so much you have to do, but to stay within that power zone is really the important part.
Well, I mean, like you were saying, the toughest part of this course is that downhill to the U-turn to the uphill, like we see right here.
So right here, and then it's how quickly can you get back to that speed. See him getting out of the saddle.
Yeah.
Get out of the saddle, hammer it a little bit, and then get right back into that rhythm is the objective. Uh-oh.
So it looks like we had a rider go down on that turn. And look, it's the one thing on the course that's going to be the X factor.
Yeah, they've not had a ton of time on the course beforehand, but they were here a good hour beforehand, good warm up. And that's what you have to do on any course, is you have to go to the pressure point, right? What's going to be the part that can really create a problem? And that's going to be the U-turn right here. Yep, we see him locking up a little bit with that back brake.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do there. You just kind of have to press the eject button. And luckily he's able to get up from that one. But yeah, it just shows you how important it is. If you're not going to get a lot of time, I feel like I would just work on that turn.
Yeah, over and over.
I would just stay there, you go back up, do it again.
You're not going to be able to change your training, right? You're not going to get any more fit in your warm-up, but you can get more tactically sound.
Here's Hirschberger right here.
Again, it's one athlete on the course at a time. There's no drafting allowed. 30-second intervals, which means that you shouldn't really be right directly behind somebody, but you do have that carrot out there, Brad. You can go chase somebody down.
Well, yeah, if someone's, you know, it's almost a mile course, and depending on how fast they're doing it, you know, your time might be at 2:30 where someone else's time is at 3, where you might catch that person because there's your 30-second difference right there.
There is, exactly. And so we do have a few more results that have come in. In the men's, so what is this? This is C4 men, or C4 women. We've got Lindy Stark at 3 minutes. Joshua Woodworth at 2:32. Adam Proctor at 2:57. Martin Satcher's Gooey. Right?
Yeah, try that one.
That one right?
3 times fast.
3:05. Martin, if you want to help us be able to say your name better, please stop by the announcing booth. Christopher Lang in C5 had Luing at 2:29. So we've got some fast times here. C6 Open, Caramaggio 2:30. Jens Soto at 2:37. Gabriela Badal at 2:48. So looking good there. On the men's side, Andrew Berghoff, David Adkins, Martin Damaradsky are the top 3 on the men's C6 Open. Then we have the H Open, Tracy Rodriguez, 4:05, DeMarcus Garrett. We've had a few of these before. I think that's the end of the new ones that we have.
So just finishing things up here with our time trials. And then we'll be having just a short changeover so they could change some of the course up a little bit. And then we'll get into our road races after that. So plenty of racing going near noon here. Mountain time, we'll have that going too. It'll be 8 o'clock, just about 8 o'clock right now. And we'll keep this thing going until close to noon with our final road races. And that'll wrap up cycling for your 2025 edition of the Warrior Games. And there we go. Crowd getting behind all the riders here. What an amazing time we're having out here. I'm glad you were able to join us, watching us online, DODWarriorGames.com. We thank you for being here. A lot of racing today. We're going to wrap up here on the time trials. Some good times we've seen, some mid-twos, kind of as our fastest times. So we'll be getting back into the road races will be coming up too as well. So we got a lot of racing action. You know, when you're looking at an event like this where you have 9 full days of competition, it goes back to the saying, it is a marathon, not a sprint. So you got to be careful on how you pace yourself because there's so much that comes up. If you want to try to get your rest in, maybe that's during the archery portion, maybe that's during precision shooting. But, you know, yesterday, you come out firing on all cylinders. We start with powerlifting, and then today we get the cycles all fired up, and that's how it works out. So time trials we start with, and then after the time trials, we'll get into some road racing for you. So great stuff out here, 2025 DOD Warrior Games here in Olympic City, the place to be. So getting more going here. We'll have a slight break when they go, and they'll have to change the courses up for the road races from the time trials. And then after they do that, we'll be set to go. So kind of about a 20-minute changeover is how that works. All right, well, time to check in with the third member of our team. Let's check back in with Tina Dixon with more. Tina?
Well, yeah, I'm with someone who is very busy this week. In fact, this is just the second event of many. Zach, first of all, how are you feeling after powerlifting and now the time trials?
Yeah, I got to tell you, I'm tired. We got here, I come from low altitude or low sea level. So coming here and trying to breathe and be a big dude and do all this stuff, it's hard. Lactic acid's definitely building up in my quads right now.
Yeah, so where are you coming from?
Camp Lejeune, North Carolina.
Okay.
Wounded Warrior Battalion East.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you forget that we're above 6,000 feet, and if you don't train at that elevation, you're not used to this.
It's very hard. Yeah, you can't breathe deep enough to get the air to go, yeah.
Well, no, I live at elevation, so I know. there are days I go out, I'm like, I'm used to this. But you still, yeah. Ultimate Champion, just give us the take on that and just your focus, because, again, this is a busy week.
Okay. So I'll start with Wounded Warrior Battalion. I didn't come there because I wanted to, right? I found myself in a situation that I needed help, and finally was able to ask for it. But doing the sports, I lost my purpose, and then I was able to refind it, or regain it, coming to Wounded Warrior Battalion and competing in these events. And Ultimate Champion, for me, I want to set the example. I want to show these Marines, regardless of the age, that you just got to have some heart, and you signed up for this, right? So I'm okay with showing them that you can go through some hard stuff and have a positive mental attitude and give it what you got.
Absolutely. Hey, thanks so much for your time. I'm going to go let you catch your breath.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Zach. Brad.
Thank you so much, Tina. Yeah. Zach Noland, he lifted the equivalent of a small village yesterday in powerlifting. That dude is gnarly right there. Yeah, I tell you what, man, and an awesome dude all the way. Gunnery Sergeant Zach Noland from the Marines. Good stuff out of him. Well, we got more coming up. Don't go anywhere, man. Well, go get yourself a refreshing beverage. Maybe make yourself a sandwich or something, because in about 20 minutes we're going to get back underway, and it'll be the road portions of cycling. Welcome to the 2025 DoD Warrior Games here, Colorado Springs, Olympic City. Day 2 continuing in about 20 minutes from right now. Stay with us.
They ain't never seen work rate like this. Doing long days straight to the night shift. Build and conquer, my advice is I don't hear them man talk, just silence. No permission, don't need license. Find my path with my own guidance. Hot step through loud like sirens. Cause you know we do it big just like Titans. Big man pull up, me no hood up. Straight hungry and I never get full up. Money gone run up, work get ton up. Grind all night till the sun one come up. No days off, you know me, I'ma pay that cost. Eyes on the prize, straight to the top. Smell what I'm cooking like Dueling when he's rock. If they can't see the vision, let them out your life. When you get to winning, watch them come back to your side. I'ma give it all I got, 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got, all I got. I'ma give it all I got, 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got, all I got. Take that challenge, gotta get it in, can't break that balance. Make that magic, serve that passion. Winners gonna mix hard work with talent. Leave my imprint just like an infant in the snow. Stick to the mission, never know the distance, see how far you go. Whoa. Big man pull up, me no hood up. Straight hungry and I never get full up. Money gonna run up, work get ton up. Grind all night till the sun one come up. No days off, you know me, I'ma pay that cost. Eyes on the prize, straight to the top. Smell what I'm cooking like Dueling when he's rock. If they can't see the vision, let them out your life. When you get to winning, watch them come back to your side. I'ma give it all I got, 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got, all I got. I'ma give it all I got, 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got, all I got. I'ma give it all I got, 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got. I'ma give it all I got, 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got, all I got. 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got, all I got. I'ma give it all I got, 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got, all I got. I'ma give it all I got, 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got, all I got. I'ma give it all I got, 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got, all I got. I'ma give it all I got, 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got, all I got. I'ma give it all I got, 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got, all I got. I'ma give it all I got, 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got, all I got. I'ma give it all I got, 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got, all I got. I'ma give it all I got, 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got, all I got. I'ma give it all I got, 247 don't stop. I'ma give it all I got, all I got, all I got.
for a minute, back up now a minute. Don't miss this chance. Dues paid, now it's paying. My life, I've been waiting for this moment. So here it comes. So here it comes. I got the flame to start a fire, and I'm gonna take it higher. Stronger, stronger. I got the game to be a fighter, and I'm gonna win my desire. Stronger, stronger. One time for the glory, writing my own story. Today, tonight, nothing gonna stop me. I'm just getting started right here, right now. So here it comes. Yes, here it comes. I got the flame to start a fire, and I'm gonna take it higher. Stronger, stronger. I got the game to be a fighter, and I'm gonna win my desire. Stronger, 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 stronger,
I know that you don't really wanna be with me, so I don't wanna tell you about it so desperately. Yeah, I know I'm just here to pass the time. Why you grinding about my waistline? Yeah, I know that you don't really wanna be with me, so why not running up and into your arms? Like we've been together for years, but it hasn't even been that long. And I don't know
things I could say, but I might as well show. There are things we could guess, but we might as well know. So hurry up, girl, you've been taking too long. We can't just get crazy like there's nothing wrong. Cause all I hear is talking, 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 and all I need is action. Baby, till the morning, 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 a little satisfaction. If you just take the time, everything could be simple. And every day I'll be with you, no lie. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. You think that it's hard when it's easy as pie? We got the ingredients, why don't we try? Yeah, yeah. No need to be greedy, I'm yours for the night. But could be for life if you're treating me right. Yeah. And you can keep walking, walking, walking. Cause baby, I need action. Just a little satisfaction to keep me holding on. Cause if you just take the time, everything could be simple. And every day I'll be with you, no lie. It's not that complicated. 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 If you can keep it simple, boy, we'll take it easy. I gave you all the info. What more do you need from me? 'Cause everything you say you like now, you can get it all right now. Baby, it's not hard, it's no lie. It's not that complicated.
This is the main event. We came to shut it down. Wiping the tears away. This is the day I stand my ground. Everybody watching me while I'm trying to figure out which is the way to go. Can you hear me now? Never say never, cause you never know what's ahead of you. Under books so many years, now it's hard to grip the schedule. Yeah, if you don't get nothing, remember these words I said to you. Seize every moment, might just be a better new.
'25 DOD Warrior Games live here at Colorado Springs, Colorado, Olympic City, USA. And thanks for joining us online. A lot of people watching us on DODWarriorGames.com. I am hanging out with 13-time Paralympic medalist Chris Waddell, which we get to do a lot of times once a year. Chris and I get together and call Warrior Games. How are you doing, sir?
I am doing great. I feel like we picked it up right where we left it off.
Yeah, we did, right?
Yeah.
We did cycling, but we did it in Hotlando. Would have been the place we were last year, and boy, was it hot. Different temperature
hot
today.
and humid, yeah.
Cooler to start with, and that is obviously better for the cyclist, right?
Cooler to start with, and no wind is really kind of the nice thing.
Yeah.
Right? And so what are we doing here?
We are doing the road races now. So we did time trials. We've graduated, and now we move on. And I use that term because we're on a campus, right?
Well done. Well done.
We have graduated to the road races. But there's a lot more going on in road race. It's not one and done. You're putting in some laps, aren't you?
Put in some laps. So it's actually, call it a road race, but it's really a criterium style road race, right?
Crit. It's the crit.
Exactly, which is more exciting, and it's great for the audience because you get a chance to see them over and over and over again. Road races can often be like, okay, there they go. They went, and that's it, and tell me how it worked out.
We'll see them 20 minutes later. Okay.
So this will be fun. It's the same course for the most part, except we saw that there were some issues at the U-turn at the bottom.
You had to bring it up, didn't you?
I know, I know.
You had to bring it up.
I want to have people have a chance to know what to look for when they're watching the course, right? So we got the U-turn at the bottom. There'll be a U-turn at the top. So it's slightly downhill, go into the U-turn, slightly uphill, false flat, false downhill, really, but you will feel it. And so the top one should be a little bit easier. But the thing is that's different is there's drafting allowed now. So in the criterium, you were or in the time trial, you were just on your own. Now you're allowed to draft. So we'll get some packs. That'll make those U-turns a little bit more interesting.
Because the line choice that you have going into those U-turns might not be available for you if you're in a pack, right?
The line choice, and then also you'll have a bit of a peloton, and the peloton can go faster, right? So when you're drafting off of somebody, you can go faster than you would go on your own. And sometimes that doesn't always hit the realization part of it of like, oh, I am going faster and I'm approaching the turn.
So if you're at this event, Chris, and you have no idea what drafting means, like you're thinking of a drafting table and drawing some squares, like how would you explain drafting to the layman?
Drafting is being, 2 to 3 inches off of the wheel in front of you.
So basically kissing that back wheel in front of you.
You are right there. So you want to pay attention.
They can smell your breath when you're that close, right?
It's one of those, yes, exactly. When people get a chance, Tour de France is going on right now, and you see that peloton from above, and it's literally, you're trying to figure out how they're fitting bikes in there because it looks like it's just shoulder to shoulder.
But the closer you are to the draft, the more it enables to bring you along, because the draft can kind of bring you along, right?
It's like a 25% benefit.
So it is a benefit.
So it's a huge benefit being behind somebody, and that's the intention, is to get behind somebody. And we might see some tactics there too. You know, often with the upright athletes, you get the elbow out of like, hey,
elbows up.
You're sitting back behind me. This means you need to come to the front and actually do some work.
No, and that's how you give the messages to them. As you can see, the cycling roster is now up. These are the ones we're going to see start things off in your recumbent women. And it is official because I heard the referee's whistle. So I think we're underway.
And this is going to be a 20-minute race with the recumbents.
All right, so the riders are now on course. The road race begins here for day number 2 here in Colorado Springs, here in the Olympic City. And of course, the mission statement, enhancing the recovery and the rehabilitation of wounded, ill, and injured service members and providing them exposure to adaptive sports is what it's all about. And you do know a thing or two about it, being a 13-time Paralympic medalist.
I've spent a lot of time in it. I've been involved in every Paralympics except for Barcelona since 1992. So that's 17 games, 7 as an athlete and 10 as on the broadcast side.
In Salt Lake in 2002, did you compete in Salt Lake 2002?
I competed in Salt Lake.
How did you do at that one?
I did okay on that one. I was second in the downhill and
so you got a silver in downhill,
third in the slalom and giant slalom.
Okay,
and went into the fence in the Super G.
And then you came in. Well, we don't have to talk about that part. now you know what the fence is like.
You do know.
You close and personal to the fence. But I met you back then. You spoke at one of our workshops, I think, for the Olympic Games.
I think it was a sponsor workshop. Oh, we've got our first crash of the day, Brad. And our first crash of the crit.
And there's going to be more of this because the more times you're going to go around that corner, there's more chances you have to make a mistake, correct?
More, and especially the more people who are involved in that. You know,
exactly.
in the pack, you're going to have fewer and fewer options.
Yeah.
How long are we looking at? Are we just kind of going until we lose anything that's interesting? Okay. All right, welcome back. As the criterium is going on, we actually have a special guest in the booth here. We have Allison Jones, who is an alpine skier and a cyclist in the Paralympics. 8 total medals in the Paralympics, 10 in the World Championships, both in winter and summer. So this is one of the things we're looking at, and this is sport as an opportunity to help people get better, help people recover. You obviously, it was a congenital issue for you, but what did sports mean to you in terms of how you saw yourself as a person?
You know, growing up with a disability, I was surrounded by kids that didn't look like me. And so I think sport was one of the ways that I could actually excel and feel like I was a part of the group. So I knew I couldn't run or walk as fast as everybody, but I could ride a bike just as fast as everybody. And then once I started skiing, I could usually ski faster than everybody. So then that's where I started to feel a part of the group, was how sport kind of evened the playing field, and I was able to be a part of my peer group as a kid.
And I'm assuming there's a pride with that too, where when you're lagging behind the group all the time, suddenly when you're in the front of the group, you're thinking, okay, I'm pretty good, I do this well.
Yeah, and I mean, I come from a very competitive family, and so it was one of those things. And, you know, growing up with a bunch of boys in the neighborhood, it was either step up or step out. And it was one of those that I could finally step up, and they had to pay attention for the first time. And it was like, okay, cool. I'm doing this. I'm having a lot of fun, and I'm really passionate about it, and this is something I really want to do.
What's the learning process like, right? Because you started, I mean, I've known you since you were single digits, I'm assuming, in age. And what's that learning process like, the skiing process? I mean, I'm imagining biking, you kind of learn to ride a bike. I mean, that's one of the things you learn to do, but then you also learn the part about racing. So what's the learning process like, and how does that reinforce sort of the rehabilitation, the sense of pride in yourself as well?
Yeah, going from just learning to do something, like riding a bike was one of those things. Yeah, I had a younger sister, and I had a whole neighborhood of trying to keep up, and learning to ride a bike was a part of that. We had to do some adaptations to keep my prosthetic foot on the pedal.
And so you are an above-the-knee amputee.
I am. I'm missing my right leg. I was born without my femur, so we knew from day one that something wasn't right, and my mom was very proactive about making sure I was active as early as possible. And so, you know, growing up with a disability, it was just adaptations and figuring out how to make it happen. And one of those was, especially for cycling, was duct tape. Learning
duct tape.
Duct tape, the most practical thing you have in your tool bench.
And you're an engineer now, so this is
full circle.
You know what you're talking about, okay?
Yeah, and so it was basically my prosthetic kept falling off the pedal, and so it was a problem when you're learning to ride a bike, is when your foot keeps coming off. And I was young enough that I didn't know how to control it that well, and so my uncle literally just grabbed the duct tape and duct taped my foot to the pedal, and then basically I had to learn to ride a bike before I could take that foot off. And so I learned pretty quick once that obstacle was out of the way, and then from there it was just learning what could we do without duct tape, so I wasn't stuck to the bike until I was done playing, and you know, just adapting from there. And then yeah, going from just learning to ride to learning to race was a whole new game. Like, I rode a bike and I decided I saw the World Championships here, and you know, I thought I could just jump in and do it. And I remember getting.
Hold on, how old were you when you thought you could jump in and do it?
I was 15. The World Championships were here when I was 14, so I thought I was going to go watch a normal weekend race at the velodrome, and it was the first person I saw was a guy from Australia with no hands and no feet doing a standing start. Okay. And I was like, okay.
Hold on, explain what a standing start is to our audience.
So in a velodrome, you have a gate basically holding you in a still position. And it's kind of like a track start for running, where you have to be dead still, and then the gun goes off, and then it's full tilt. Mm-hmm. And it's the same thing for bikes, except for it's literally a brake holding your wheel in place. So you can try to jump the gate, and you're going to take the whole gate with you. And so a standing start is literally a gate opens up, and if you're not pedaling, you're going to fall over. If you're pedaling, you're going to go forward. If you pedal too early, you're going to drag a big weighted thing behind you with you. And so track start is, you know, it was amazing to me to see this guy with, you know, 2 prosthetics below the knee and then hands adaptation on the bars. And we walked in and I said, I'm doing this. Like, who do I need to find? And we found the first American coach and said, sign me up. And I thought I could do it. I had been riding bikes. And first like team camp, like they bring in the young kids and the folks that haven't really been a part of the national team. And I was getting towed up hills. I was like, as soon as I would arrive, they would take off again. I was completely winded. I would do shorter rides because I just couldn't keep up. And it was like a whole new reality of like, I thought I was fit and I wasn't. I was nowhere near what it took to be there. And so then it was just time. And seeing that and knowing that I wanted to be there, it just dedication and learning to juggle everything to be at that level.
And it's not just fitness. I mean, that's the thing that you assume on something like cycling is that it's you go and work harder, you put in your miles, and you're going to be good to go. But there are the technical parts of it too. I mean, the turning the hills, the strategy, the getting into the draft. That was probably as difficult as anything for you to learn.
It was, and it took that. I did it by learning the wrong lesson, like failure first, and then retry that. And,
which is often road rash.
Rash, or getting left behind, and the team's gone by the time I get back, in sort of situations. And so it was one of those that I had good teammates. I had people that were showing you the ropes, but it really does it. Being my disability and having a unique. Everyone's unique, even though you may have one leg like someone else, but you might have different core ability, or you might have, a higher limb or lower limb, that it changes how the bike behaves. And so I was adamant that I wanted to learn how to, corner just as fast as everybody, or I needed to learn how to draft. I'm really small, so I found the biggest guys. And I'd sit behind them and I'd basically get towed along. And I figured that was the key thing for me. And then also the same thing, I'd put the biggest guys behind me because then they wouldn't get a draft. And I'd be a little bit of an advantage trying to make that arrangement happen.
You're just disturbing the air and they get dirty air.
They get dirty air. They get like their heads got no draft and then maybe their feet are getting a draft. And we're seeing that in the race here. We had a couple of groups I was seeing that like they're really doing that draft where one person is literally sitting behind the other and just being able to recover. And that is key, especially with all the turns in this course. You're having to re-accelerate so many times that wears down in time. And that's part of the technique, is learning how to not jump at that. Like, I just slow down, I got to speed up real fast, real quick. And you're like, you can't do that and make that happen as long.
Being a leg amputee, is it harder to turn one way or the other on the bike?
I do find that I can turn to the right really well because I can put my left foot all the way down to the ground, and then turning to the left, I have to get my left foot out of the way, which means I'm unweighting the pedal on that side and hoping I can get enough weight on the right side, which I use an adaptation.
So the right side is your prosthetic side.
Prosthetic side, and I don't even use a prosthetic. I've built my own device that allows me to clip in but not pedal. I don't pedal with that side. There's not enough muscle to help with it. But I try to put enough weight, but my center of gravity is really high, so it becomes it's more of a little practice and faith. Practice that I've done it enough time, and faith that my wheels stay on the ground.
So the equipment side of it can be really important.
Absolutely.
What have you seen what have been the equipment things, the technology that has helped you to perform better?
I think as a whole, electronic shifting has evened the playing field out a ton. It's more robust than mechanical shifting. You're not relying on cable tension.
Sure.
Also, for those with hand impairments, it's a mouse click button. It's not this big aggressive swing in your hands. And then hand cyclists, like having to have wires and cables going to moving parts, it was always a nightmare. You'd see these big cables just flopping all over the place. Now it's just little click buttons that are wireless or minimal wiring to the drivetrain. And so I think that has been an amazing improvement for all adaptations.
Which is for everybody.
Absolutely.
But works really well for the adaptive community.
Absolutely, and I think it's an untouched, market that still is reaping the benefit from something they made for the pros that thought it would just be cool on a pros bike, that the adaptive world is just full on taking advantage of.
Being a skier and being a cyclist, you were in season all the time. This group, everybody's doing a variety of different events. We saw powerlifting yesterday. Then we're in cycling. A bunch of them are going to be playing basketball this afternoon. Like, they go quickly from one to the other. Do you have any advice for the people competing here on how to balance, how to recover?
Yeah, I think I'm going to say it's going to be recovery, right? You're in full competition mode this whole time. And so it's about recovery. And then when your downtime is your downtime. Don't be up and walking around, go doing it. Really hard traveling to all the different locations that we did. because you couldn't go be a tourist. You couldn't go see the sights because you really needed to recover and just be chill, let your body be ready for the next event. And I know we did skiing together. I remember one trip was, I think we were in Europe for 20 days and we skied like 16 of those days was racing days. And so by the end, you're just gutted because you're on the hill all the time, competing nonstop in different events. And I think it's just importance of like recovery, get ready for the next event, rehydrate, refuel, eat lots of food that helps that recovery process, and then get your feet up, get your arms up, whatever it is that your modality is that day, and be ready for the next day and just power through. And everybody's also going to be in the same boat. That's the thing, is a lot of folks are doing the same amount of events. So you got to understand that they're all going through this process. So if you can do recovery just a little bit better, you'll have that edge that last day.
Hydration, getting off your feet whenever you can. I mean, that's the cyclists talk about that, right? If you're standing up, sit down. If you're sitting down, lie down. Right? This is the way it works. You had the gift of really being a professional athlete, of being a full-time athlete. Obviously, you were going to school during part of that as well. But what do you miss? What do you miss about being a full-time athlete?
My schedule. Right now, like I work full-time, so like my rides are dependent on meetings and weather. I have to get in before the thunderstorms show up, and I have to get in between meetings. So it's one of those, like, I look at my schedule way in advance to make sure I have time at lunch, or if I need to go out before lunch, or the thunderstorms aren't showing up, like I can push it to the evening and go somewhere that's a better location for whatever the workout is. And so I think that's what I miss, because I used to just roll out at 9 a.m., go for a ride, come home, eat lunch, recover, do a little online work, and then rinse, repeat, and be able to really relax through the day. And so I think that's the hardest, is time management. Time management, exactly, which is a challenge. So do the thunderstorms come in every afternoon here in Colorado Springs? You pretty much can set your clock to it. But it is one of those, you have to be aware of it, because it doesn't like Seattle mist here. It full on, I call it Mordor. It goes from really nice to really dark real fast, and I actually got caught out the other day. I said, oh, it's raining, it's not too bad, it's fine, I can totally do this, just working through my efforts. And then all of a sudden a wave came through, and in no time it went from light rain to full-on inches of rain with small bits of hail, and me huddled under a tree going, well, there goes the workout. There goes the workout. Are you still training? It's not like you're still just riding. Are you training? Yeah, I retired for about 3 years and realized I needed something back in my life, and I had too much time on my hands. And so I went back to racing. I didn't see anybody took my spot on the team, so I was really like, there's no one in my category that's come up in the ranks, so let me give it a go. And I didn't.
Isaiah said WhatsApp, that's about yeah, just saying, it's not just the transmission. Yeah, they're aware they lost fire. I got this.
trying to pick up the thread of our conversation in the midst of the criterium that's going on in front of us. Does this make you really want to race, just watching people?
Just watching people and seeing the course. Like, this looks like it would be actually really painful. And there's something exciting about how hard can you push yourself.
What would you do strategically on this kind of a course?
To me, the one thing that stands out is, like what you see in ski racing is when the course changes, then you have to be hyper aware of what's going on, is not pushing too hard out of the 180s. If you spike your power too hard, you'll lose, like the 3 seconds gain, you'll lose 10 seconds. Because you'll spike your heart rate, you'll spike your muscles, and you'll get all this heaviness in you. So to me, it'd be like really making sure when you come out of the 180s that you just ease back into that power to get back up to top speed. And so I think that's, to me, the trickiest part of this course.
Trickiest part, but you said you're also small. So in the pack, coming out of those turns is where you have an advantage, that acceleration.
Exactly. Well, I'd actually say my advantage is from ski racing because I know the line to take, and so I'm usually more efficient, and I usually start pedaling before I get out of the corners. So I do a lot of able-body racing, and I know that I'm at a disadvantage, and so I try to take as much advantage as I can from my ski racing and knowing the line to take, so I can accelerate or come in as hot as I can, and then start accelerating as early as I can, because I know all the other folks are going to start pedaling with 2 legs, and I'm going to be trying to keep up with one, but I've already got momentum going, so I usually can disadvantage their advantage by being a little bit more aggressive with how I corner. And so, like, to me, it's going into it as fast as I can and then trying to accelerate out quicker than everybody else.
Not wanting to give away all of your secrets, but what is your approach on the turn? So you've got a U-turn here. Are you going to take it out wide, bring it in tight at the apex kind of thing?
Yeah, so it's going to be outside, inside, outside is what I call it. We use that in ski racing a lot, is that you don't want to be on the outside, and then you want to be as tight as you possibly can on the apex of the turn, so the dead center of that turn where the U-turn is at, like, the most pointed part, and then you're just going to float it right back to the outside. And so you want to take advantage of all of that, because the bigger the turn you can make, the more acceleration you can have coming out of it. If you take it too tight, then you're just going to be bogging yourself down, trying to fight keeping the bike in the right line.
Trying to keep the bike in the right line, and you're going to decelerate as a result.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it's more about, like, again, always trying to accelerate as early as you can.
In a race like this, are you going to leave it to the end? Is it going to be that last lap that you're going to try to make your move? Are you going to do a solo breakaway? How does it work?
I would do it until the last corner. I would absolutely 100% pin it to the last corner, hoping that I scared too many people to try to follow me into my line.
So you're willing to lead into that last corner then?
Yes.
Not taking the slingshot, you're leading into the last corner.
Leading into the last corner. This last corner is close enough to the finish line that if you can create like a 2 to 3 second gap and then just don't look back, pedal as hard as you can to the finish line, and it's slightly downhill, so you're going to get that advantage as well, then you just want to do that. That's what my tactic would be, because I know I'd be able to corner probably in a more scarier, uncomfortable way than most people want to take it.
The interesting part about that is that most people assume that the sprint is to the finish, but you're saying the sprint is to the final turn.
Yes, for this course, that's where I would say that would be the card I would play.
That's the card you would play. You're not a solo breakaway kind of?
No, I mean, it all depends on how the field is. One thing about racing is you have to really read the field and read the group and understand what's going on, and have multiple cards to play and know which card to play at what time.
How are you playing that in the pack? So the first lap goes out, kind of getting into the pack, kind of feeling people out, seeing what they do well, what they don't do well. Is it a full lap of information, or do you need more than that? How does it work?
I think it, again, is one of those I would say definitely one lap, but you gotta see, you kind of figure out who the strong riders are, who's going early, who's not a good bike handler, who you want to avoid, who takes turns well, who doesn't take turns well. And so you really just want to do that reconnaissance, especially if it's a group you've never ridden with before. If it's a group you're familiar with, then you kind of already have some information of what their weaknesses are and how to take advantage of those.
But you're also still looking at, are they having a good day? Are they having a bad day? How many of your cards are you going to play in that first lap? Are you kind of playing it coy, just hanging at the back?
I would say play more coy than I would say to play early, because especially like 20-minute time trial is really painful by yourself versus working with someone or sitting in, and then maybe you have a better 5-minute period than you do a 10-minute or 20-minute, go at it. So you really like understanding the whole package of what's going on.
Intellectually, sometimes you think of a 1 mile time trial. To a lot of people, mile doesn't seem like a lot of distance, but 3 minutes of hard work, what does that do to your body?
Oh, I mean, if you're doing it proper, you're done. You're done at the end of it.
You've emptied the whole tank.
Yeah, and you want to, it's more like for a 3-minute effort, you want to be so warmed up, so ready to go that there's nothing that's holding you back from that 3-minute effort. I think you could relate from the track and field side of it.
Sure.
Is when you go out there and do that, even like 1 lap on a track, well, 1 lap on a track for me took forever when I was running. But it was definitely one of those that it's amazing how long 1 mile can seem when you make, especially when you're approaching that second U-turn. You're like, I just turn around and go back to the finish line. It's daunting.
No, it does not take very long to get yourself into that position of just being in oxygen debt.
Yeah.
And just all of the lactic acid coursing through your body. Have you had a chance to watch the Warrior Games in the past? Have you?
I've been able to watch them. I've had teammates compete in them, but when they were taking time away from the national team, and I've been around athletes, especially when they were learning. We've done some of the development camps I remember years ago when we'd have, I'd be able to be a mentor, go out on rides with these guys, and it was, really inspiring to see what they're willing to do after injury.
After injury, because you didn't go through the after injury. This was just birth to you.
Yeah, to me it was, I learned to walk one way, I learned to ride a bike one way, and I learned everything kind of one way to do it, but it was definitely different than everybody else. But it was definitely, I didn't have to restart or re-go through the learning process again.
Do you see yourself in the people in the rehab process? Are you able to think back? Because you were such a little kid as you were going through what they are going through. Chronologically, it's kind of like you get reset to 0 and sometimes after a traumatic injury.
Yeah. I would say, like, for me, it's just injury from sport. I can relate to that. I have one leg and I broke it. Mm-hmm. And, sitting in a wheelchair for a couple weeks, and then, as a young adult, I think I was a teenager, so I thought I could just get back up and start running again or being a kid again. And like how sore my leg was, how sore my back was, because I hadn't been using all those muscles. Like, it was amazing. Like, oh, I can't just do that. I gotta stop. I gotta slow down. I gotta ease back into this, and I gotta figure out like how to build back to where I was. I know it's not the same as going through a traumatic injury, but it's definitely, I can understand of the part of that. I used to be able to do this. Now I got to figure out how to do it again.
Balancing the passion to reclaim your life, to be prideful in what you're able to do, but at the same time, being patient and going through that progression. You're an engineer now and you work in the sports industry. How much did your time as an athlete shape what you do now?
It was in the actual 04 games in Athens. I didn't have any adaptation on my bike, and I just looked at how much power I was losing compared to everybody else. And some of the other guys had adapted their bikes who were riding with one leg, and
so what would they do? What kind of adaptation?
They would have we call it the cup, or some kind of support for their non-drive side, so their limb. And they could actually then stand on it, push on it, and use that side of their hip, which is attached to your core, which then helps with your bike handling, which helps with offsetting the power on the dominant side. And so to me, it was one of those that...
You want to be as symmetrical as possible, right? This is the objective in sport.
Absolutely, especially on a bicycle, because the more you wiggle and waggle the bike, the less you're going forward. Right. And you want to drive forward, so you want to be able to put all your energy in pushing forward. And if your hips are out and you're constantly losing energy because you're rocking all over the saddle, like, you're just losing power. And to me, as an engineer student and as an athlete wanting to push as hard as possible, I had to do something. And so I was struggling in school actually to figure out where I was going to apply myself and where I was going to go after I graduated. And then after Athens, I was like, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to build something. I'm going to build something for my bike. I'm going to use my engineering degree. I had a passion for making sure I didn't redesign the bike, and I was just like, how do I problem solve this? And so, and it's a funny thing working with my father, who was just a garage shop engineer. He had tried a couple of prototypes, kept breaking them. We didn't realize how much power I was putting out on that left side that had to compensate on the right side. And so it was definitely one of those that we broke a lot of things. We had fun. He lived on an airport, so we were able to use the taxiway as testing grounds and really try stuff out. And finally, like through conversation and his tinkering, we sat down at dinner and I told him kind of like, let's try to sketch it on a napkin. And he's like, oh, I know what to do. So we went back to his hangar and he pulled out a soup ladle. I was like, that's it. And it was actually the perfect size of what my residual limb is.
Okay.
And I could actually stand in it. And so we figured out how to carbon that to the bike frame and how I could literally attach it to the frame so then I could stand and rock and actually.
So it's static.
It's static. It's like a big platform. It's like being able to do a deadlift with one leg, like where you're able to actually like use it as leverage, I guess I should say. Like you're pushing and pulling. So as I'm pulling back up on the pedal, I'm pushing on the right side. And so all that weight is getting through the limb and not like stuck to my hips and my pelvis. So it's allowing me to leverage my core, and it's and then I could stand up out of the saddle. So for climbing, I could get the weight back in the right position. And then standing starts, like we talked on the track, I could actually accelerate my body out of the gate like we do in ski racing when you start. Like I was able to use that side to do all of that the first time.
Plus the cornering too, right?
Yeah,
I mean, as a skier, you know that it's outside ski that you have to put your pressure on.
Yeah.
Outside pedal is the same corresponding movement.
No, I can get my weight. The first time I stood it, I almost ran into a car.
Because you turn so much more
I
quickly.
turned right, like all the weight on that side of the bike. I never had weight on that side of the bike like this. So all of a sudden, like, whole bike turned. And I was like, oh, there's a car. I'm like, ah. And so it's definitely one of those like, okay, I learned it. I think the first time I used it on the velodrome, I set a world record in the 200 because it was the first time a woman with this adaptation was able to do a proper start for the flying 200.
So you were ahead by a lot right at the start, that first interval.
And so it's because it's flying, you want to get as fast as you can, and I was able to stand up out of the saddle and put all of my weight into the pedal for the first time. And so, you know, it's quickly, everybody's elevated their game, technology has advanced, and so it's one of those that seeing that progression and then being a passionate, I've redesigned it a bit and being able to really made it more advanced with technology.
Perfect. Allison, thank you so much for joining us here. We're just about coming to the end of the recumbent race, so we're going to get back into the race.
Yeah.
But thank you for joining us. And thank you also, I mean, it's great. I feel like I learned so much from the people who preceded me in the sport and the people who are really doing it, especially like skiing. I thought, I'm just falling over all over the place. And then you can actually make a turn. You can make it work. That's it's cool to be able to see that. So thank you for being that for these people. And thank you for continuing to push the technology, which will benefit all of us. So
yeah, and I learned from you. I was a little kid, like you said, when we met, and I saw this whole world in front of me. And so, you know, you showed that to me, and I hope to pass that on to everybody else.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks for joining us. All right. Sounds good. All right, so we're going to get back to the race here. We've got bell laps going. And we've got some people who have finished. We're going to catch back up here. But Allison, thank you so much for joining. That's great. Okay. 5:14 coming through right now.
Big cheers from her for getting across the line there.
And they've broken up. So Allison was talking about looking at that final turn, but this actually broke up prior to getting to the final turn.
So yeah, it looks like we got a pair coming up here. It's kind of hard to see sometimes when they're in a line like that, how close they really are. So this could be a decisive moment. Oh, we have another finisher, it looks like, maybe? But yeah, we've got two more coming up. This might be a good sprint coming through this last U-turn into the final corner here.
They've been working well together. you make friends out on the course, but then you're not friends as it approaches the finish line, are you?
Absolutely. You kind of hope to work together and then make something magic happen there at the finish line.
That working together is a big deal. And if people don't sort of follow the rules, that's it's when you start thinking about, okay, I need to drop this person because they're not pulling their weight.
Exactly. So here we go. We got a move. We've got an exchange of positions and a little sprint happening here for the finish line.
And it was exactly what you talked about. Going through, we saw the woman who was in the lead actually went up on 2 wheels as she was going around the turn. And that was the difference at the finish line, was that 2 wheels, and it opened up the sprint coming right behind her.
Yeah, and what was a really tight, like cohesive race between the two of them turned into a really fun sprint at the end, and you saw that gap distance appear.
Exactly, the gap distance. So this is looking fun. This is a fun race to see. And one of the cool things is, I mean, you've got to like doing criteriums as an athlete because there are people cheering for you all the time.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing about a course like this, and short crit courses, is that there are people along the whole course. They're cheering you on. You get the vibes. Looks like we got more finishers coming in here, and they're going to be people cheering from across the course at you, which is great to have as well.
Exactly. A couple more finishers coming through, powering through that finish line. This is always one of those questions of how much have you saved to get to the finish line, right? So we'll get a few of the results here. So we have Amanda Fent at 32.49, came in first. We have Andrea Inman in second place, 33.25.65. Nicole Stickle in third place from Air Force, and 34.48.85. Abigail Garcia. That was that sprint that we were looking at, wasn't it? Where she ended up 3 seconds back at 34.51.69. Rachel Brummond in 35.30.85. Rhoda Bargas from the Air Force, 35.37.83. And then Madison Cole, Air Force as well. We have a lot of Air Force in this, 36.17.39. And then Jody Pyle Van Diersis from Army at 33.53.01. So she still has a couple laps to go right now, or a couple of laps.
All right, so they may have, yeah, there's looks like
they ended
up
up pulling at that point, so it's a -2 on that. But yeah, great finish, and that was the recumbent group. We'll go into the hand cycle group soon after this.
So it looks like the next race, is the recumbent men.
Yep, men's recumbent, 9:10. Men's recumbent at 9:10 coming up. So you've seen the women race. Now we're going to get to see the men race. We've seen some of the strategy play out because we saw the time trial earlier in the morning, but now we're getting into the road race where they're allowed to be in a pack. They're allowed to draft off of each other, and this is where the tactics come in. And the tactics really are the fun part. You want to do all your work so that you can use those tactics.
Yeah, and so like on a crit course like this, I think we saw it in the first race. It's like how do they navigate the first corner? Everybody's racing to that first corner, and then through the race, how you settle into the race and how you work. You find your teammates, you find the people that you can work well with, and then have you strategic enough to get to the finish line in that sprint finish, as we saw in this the women's race as well. It's like all the way down to that last corner, and we had a change in positions.
Exactly. Yeah, it comes down to the last corner, and it's going to come down to the last corner in a bunch of these races, I would assume, right now. So hopefully they've been listening in to your tactical instructions as far as like the race is really to that apex of the final turn, and then you've got to get that position and make it work all the way in that downhill to the finish. So, all right. Thanks so much, Allison.
Yeah,
really appreciate it,
me.
and enjoy the games and enjoy the racing.
Absolutely.
All right.
You too as well.
Thanks.
Thank
See ya.
you.
jungle. Now you better run, boy, cuz this an impossible outcome. I'm switching to blow up. You better buckle up. You better level up. Now you better level up. You better catch on. You the phenomenon. Make way for the king. Make way for the king. This is the red zone. I bang on my chest like a bass drum. This is the life that we live in. This is the life that we live in. This is the next big thing. History in the making. The crown is mine for the taking. Make way for the king. This is the next big thing. History in the making. The crown is mine for the taking. Make way for the king. This is the life that we live in. Make way for the king. This is the life that we live in. Make way for the king.
All right, good mid-morning to all of you joining us out here, 2025 DoD Warrior Games here in beautiful Colorado Springs, Colorado, the Olympic City in all of its glory, here with 13-time Paralympic medalist Chris Waddell. And Chris, now we've switched things up. Now we're getting into the road races. We've seen the recumbent women. Now we're going to get into the recumbent men. And so far, so good.
So far, so good. One of the things that came through in both in the time trial and in the women's race is that U-turn down at the bottom is the hard part. and when you look at the recumbents, both the recumbents and then the hand cycles, which we'll be following, they're a little bit more upright. They don't have the ability to lean into the turn the way that you do on a bike, so that makes it a little bit harder. We saw a sprint with some of the women where one of the women went in a little bit tighter, ended up getting up on two wheels, lost the line, lost the race too.
You're taking up more space, right? So you're a wider vehicle at that point, so you have to give more room to your fellow competitors, don't you?
Well, I mean, yeah, the space, and you get used to the space. The space is one of those things that it becomes your space, so you understand how the space works. But really, it's the cornering, and it's the cornering and going into it at speed, because it looks like a flat, but it's a false flat. It's a slight downhill on the way down, so you're going to be going a lot faster going into that turn. And those are going to be the tactics, as Jonesy was saying.
Yeah.
The tactics really to the finish line are to the last turn as opposed to the finish line, because you're not going to have any chance to make up any speed, make up any distance from that turn to the finish line.
Is it also a situation where you're really trying to put in the fastest time, right? So you're going into this U-turn and you're probably overcooking it a little more than what you want to do, because you get caught in the hype of everyone else going at it and you don't want to lose a position. Sometimes does that play a factor in how it turns out?
It definitely can. The pack can get you going faster than you would go on your own.
Than you're comfortable doing, right?
The objective is not necessarily about the fastest. Well, it's about the fastest time, but it's about being the first person to the finish line.
Yes.
So that's the tactic. And
if you want to dumb it down,
upright.
yes, that's exactly how you dumb that down, right?
That's the simple tactic, is being the first person to the finish line.
I remember, what was it, Sean Palmer, the famous snowboarder and downhill mountain bike racer. He said he loved racing mountain bikes more for bike racing because there were no judges. And so nobody could judge him and say, no, that wasn't a good enough score. It was the first one to cross that finish line is the winner. And that's what he always said. That's why I liked racing, because the judges, he said, can't screw him.
Black and white.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. He had quite a personality, too, that's for sure.
He sure did. All right, so the recumbent men, they are locked and loaded and ready to start this thing off. What do we got? We got a lot of them in this mix. Here we go. There is the whistle, and we are off and racing. Here we go, recumbent men. And you really got to watch them as they get towards this first U-turn section, right? This is the X factor here, isn't it?
It is. They're kind of feeling each other out, seeing who's fast, who's not. Right now, looks like we actually have a break right off the front, right from the get-go. Looks like there's a little bit of gap already. It's a deceiving camera angle at the moment, so we'll have to see when we get it to the side just how much of a gap there is, but there might not be as much of a pack forming as you might think.
Now, I mean, then there's the old adage, if you're the guy in the front, you don't have to pay attention to the guy next to you because you're in the lead and you can run your race, right?
You can run your race, but you have no benefit of the draft. So there's nobody else doing any work for you. You're the one making your way through the wind every time.
You can see him kind of splintering off now.
The first and second. This could be a long time trial for these guys, Brad, is what it comes down to.
Into the turns, everything looks good. Here we go.
And then there's a moment of reckoning, right? So you have this turn, they've established a gap, and then how does it work on the uphill? As you're going uphill, are you able to maintain that gap? Does it bring the pack together?
And that's what you're saying, too, about being that front guy. You don't have no one to pace yourself off, so you might be expending more energy than you need to.
And it looks like these guys might be coming together again. Yep, they're coming together. And the guy who was actually second is now taking first. It's amazing how quickly you can get out of the start and how anaerobic it can get, where suddenly all that lactic acid is coursing through your body and you have to try to recover and you still have the race to do. So this is a 20-minute race.
Well, I think this
is a long time.
This is a good time to check in with Tina Dixon, don't you think? We got time for this.
I think that's a great time to check in.
Well, since we got some more time here to go, let's check in. Third member of our team, Tina Dixon. Take it away, Tina.
Yeah, it is a good time to check in because I am with the second place winner from that previous race from the women's. Andrea, just take us through that race and what that was like for you, especially after having a crash in time trials.
Yes, ma'am. I took off in time trials, did not look where I was going, but bit the dust a little bit, but my goal was to come back, so I started out third with the Air Force, got out behind number 2 the entire race, and then 1 and 2, and I raced the entire way, all the way in, so it was an absolute blast and a great opportunity to really apply the training the coach has given us.
You know, and especially after we were talking earlier, she had a broken bike last year, yet you continued to race, so this is somewhat of a redemption tour for you.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. Redemption tour, not only from last year's Warrior Games, but also coming back from shoulder surgery 8 months ago.
That is impressive. And shoulder surgery, want to point out a gold medal in powerlifting yesterday, just after, I mean, not a little less than a year after shoulder surgery.
Yes, ma'am. I absolutely love it. Thank you.
So redemption, you know the story. Congratulations on the second place in the gold yesterday.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, you guys, we'll get back to the race.
Tina Dixon down in the mix right there, and you see the carnage. I saw some Band-Aids on that arm, so it shows you. Even though the course, like we refer to the course as kind of being simple, Chris, but I mean, still, there is those U-turns that make a big difference.
There's a lot that can go wrong, and there's more that can go wrong now when you have more people on the course, right? There can be some bumping. You can get a wheel caught with somebody else. You see the two guys out in front have created a bit of a working union right now, and they're putting some time into the peloton, into that group that is formed behind. You see again that extending that left foot out, trying to.
That's close.
It's close, and it's also it's strategic too, right? With the turn, where you come out of the turn, and you don't want to lose a gap because then you have to close that gap coming out of the turn, and you expend a whole lot more energy closing that gap. So it's managing energy. As they say, you only have so many matches to burn, Brad.
It's almost like the 9 lives of a cat, right?
It is. Well, and now it's breaking up a little bit back in the pack, too. So we're getting a lot of people isolated out there.
And it just shows you how those recumbent bikes work and how they're not as fast as a turner as you know, an upright cyclist.
Well, you look at it, you have 3 wheels that are completely upright, right? And you're having to make that turn. And the forces want to tip that 3-wheeled vehicle over.
That's why they stopped making ATC 3-wheelers.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, that is probably why, in a nutshell, that it went from 3s to quads back in the day. And I'm just guessing, but I know I've had a few spills on the old ATC 3-wheelers. And so they're working together, though, right?
They are working together right now. And what we've got to watch closely is how much they're changing the person at the front, right? Because you want to do your work at the front. This is where you take your pole, is what it's called, get out, take a pull. Guy behind you gets a little bit of a break, wants to maintain that momentum, maintain that forward, but at the same time, you get a little bit of a break back there. You get a little breather, and then you go up and take your time. And usually, you know, if you're working together, you want to maintain that speed. There are those people who get behind you and then go and hit it hard and surge off the front to go take their pull. So then you never really get the break. You're trying to surge back into the draft.
So that is why you see them taking turns, right? And you're going to wave somebody up like you were saying earlier. Because, look, if you're going to be 2 and 3 or 1, 2 and 3, all three of you need to work together at that point, don't you?
Well, the thing is, if you're not doing any work, then you're going to have a whole lot of more energy when you get to the finish line.
And they know that. The guys in front of you know what you're doing when you're doing that.
Oh, it's exactly it. It doesn't go over very well. But these guys have been switching back and forth. We've got Morago and Peters up front, and they're going back and forth. And this is also, you got to remember, Brad, we're at 6,000 feet. There's a little bit less oxygen up here.
Yeah, you forget that until you're out there putting in the strokes. Then you realize this is very high up.
And this is something that's interesting.
What's the elevation again?
6,035.
So it's almost 2 miles, right?
No, it's a little over a mile, right? 5,200.
5,200, yeah. There's the math. It's 404 right there.
But one of the tactics that's going to be interesting, as you're in the course, right? You're looking at how somebody does it, and the turn has broken down each time. And so we've got to watch this. This will be something we'll get a couple more looks at it to see how it shakes out for Morago and Peters. Who's going to take advantage of that turn, because that turn creates a gap. But it's also, you know, we'll check it out. We'll check it out. I'm just going to point that out right now. We've got another 12 and a half minutes left of this race.
So that's Christopher Morago. And who's he battling with here? This is
Jeff Peters. And they're actually, funny enough, they're in different classes. They're both from the Army, but they're in different classes. So Morago's in the open class, where Peters is a T2.
But possibility they might even train together, right? Since they're both representing Army. So maybe this is a pre-plan too? You think they talk about this before the race because they know that they probably have the edge on leading the pack?
It's a distinct possibility. So we've seen this each time. So Morago has taken the lead going through the corner. And then Peters has closed the gap. He's taken a little bit different line. So this could be the thing that could really create that change. There's not as significant a turn at the top of the course. So we see them going by Morago and Peters right now. And we get a separation of 55/100ths of a second. That really doesn't matter. They're equal. They're just trading the lead. A bit more of a pack. Oftentimes you think the pack can go faster than an individual. So 4 or 5 together can go faster than the individual, but it assumes that they are working together. This is like in professional bike racing, there's a precision to that pack.
Well, I think the guy who's in second right here, who just put his arm up, making some arm movements. Like that is a signal that he's making that turn right there. He also did a point to the ground and then moved in between. So is he giving hand signals to the other riders?
He gets some hand signals, and sometimes you'll point out if there's a hole or if there's a crack or something like that too, because the people behind aren't able to see it. And so we've seen this dynamic each time where Morago's been the guy in front, he takes it in tight and then comes out wide, whereas Peters is bringing it out wider at the beginning and then coming in tighter. So let's see how that shakes out. There's an opportunity, because they're scrolling this away. They're saying, okay, this is the way that the turn works. This might be my opportunity. So they're bringing a little bit of speed in there. No.
So our second road race of the day. We had the recumbent women earlier, recumbent men now, and then we'll see upright women, upright men. And that will be how we wrap things up today.
So this is the race for first that we're seeing on the screen right now. And then there's going to be a pack race for third. So first and second are significantly out in front right now.
You see him on the recumbents just kind of try to get on that edge, use that body weight to lean into it. As you can see, good shot right there to see that.
You got to lean in, especially those recumbents go downhill really well. It's a little bit harder on the recumbent to go uphill. You don't have all that weight up over the pedals. So ergonomically, it's not the most efficient going uphill, but going downhill, they go downhill like mad.
And almost too fast for their own good if you got a sharp turn, right?
It can be. It can be because you don't have the ability to lean in as much as you can, but you can't lean in the same way that you can lean in on a bike, and you have 3 wheels instead of 2 wheels. Morago and Peters out in front, and then in the race for third, we have Matthew Leon, Michael Bradley, Adam Karillis, Nathan Baldwin is a little bit off the back, and then we have Curtis Ballou as well. So the third place might be the really exciting. We're going to see one at the first place, which is really which is a minute and 20 in front of for third, and you see those guys going back and forth, and they're talking about how they're approaching the turn, who's going to go, and we see each time Morago has taken that turn, he's been the first guy into the turn.
Well, and also since they're not racing each other in the classifications, it doesn't matter which one comes across first because you're just trying to win in your classification, correct?
Trying to win in your classification. Well, you're going to have to ask them whether it matters or not, right? Does it matter whether you get to the finish line first, even though you're still getting a gold medal? I think that there's still, I would guess that there's still the desire to get to that finish line first. And even though you've been working with your buddy and somebody from your branch of the service.
We saw it yesterday in powerlifting.
Oh yeah,
it was JP and Mike and Haley going at it, and they're not in the same classifications, but they were trying to outlift each other. That's for sure.
100%. Yeah, competition's pretty simple.
Yeah.
Get to the finish line first. We talked about this before, I think, Brad, didn't we?
Yes, we have. Yeah, it takes a different mindset when you're in this one. Oh, is he throwing the shock out right now? He's got it. There we go.
We're getting closer and closer. This is a 20-minute race. It's not a specific lap. It's not a specific distance. It's a 20-minute race.
And when the 20 is up, it's where you are on the course, right? Is that how that works?
Well, you're still racing to the finish line. So what they do is they give you the bell lap, right? So it's basically in and around 20 minutes. They're trying to chart it as best they can to how fast you're doing each lap. And then you get to the lap and you get the bell, and that means one more lap. Race to the finish.
Amazing day here, day number 2 going off, your 2025 DoD Warrior Games. You can also check out all the replays on YouTube. That's the DoD Warrior Games. You can look at last year. Even the powerlifting that we did yesterday is up for your perusal if you want to look at that.
Watch already. Awesome.
Didn't take long. It's that technology, Chris.
I know. I love it, man.
Great crowd on hand, too, getting behind all these cyclists.
Well, actually, the sun was poking out there for a while. Now we've got a little bit of cloud cover, so it's keeping it a little cooler, which is nice.
Hand cycles coming up, upright women, upright men. So 3 more to go. And there you go. All broadcasts and replays are available on YouTube. Or as your parents would say, the YouTube at DoD Warrior Games Official.
So these guys, Morago and Peters, they've been together the whole time.
Sounds like a law firm.
It could be. Could be.
Morago and Peters.
So they've been feeling each other out, and we watched that difference in the turn, right? Where Morago takes it on the inside, and Peters is taking it on the outside. Peters might be able to get a slingshot. This is what we're looking at in the future. Morago has gone in front, and part of it is also just taking away what's comfortable for your competitor as well. So we might even see Peters go and lead into that turn.
It seems like they've been kind of running the same program, but the way they've been going through this. That's a great shot right there. It shows them like what side you like to be on. You know, some guys you'll see that they'll go more to looker's left, and then they'll get to the U-turn. You'll see them kind of fade back to looker's right and then make that turn.
Yeah, there's a personal preference there, which can get a little bit difficult when somebody else
wants that line.
When somebody else wants that line and they push you onto an uncomfortable line.
So you gotta, it's offense and defense, right?
Yep. So we've got 5 laps to go.
So he's having some conversation right there. One of these, maybe just, there we go. There's the shaka again. To me, if you're gonna throw a shaka up in your race, you're doing all right.
Doing all right. You're feeling okay.
Yeah.
Feeling okay about what you're doing.
If you can think enough to put your hands and give a hang loose out there, I think that you're doing quite well.
And there's an interaction with the fans too, right?
Yeah. Thank you to all the fans lining the course. You guys have been amazing, getting behind all the cyclists out here. We appreciate you. There you go. As soon as we say it, they're on fire. So 5 laps to go in the recumbent men. So you hear him shouting out numbers. Now, what numbers is he shouting out, Chris?
He's shouting out how many laps there are to go.
Okay.
To make sure that these guys know, because you don't start out with the idea of how far you're going. So we're getting 5 laps to go right now. Obviously, we go to 4, to 3, 2, and then 1. We get the bell lap. So that's the indication.
You do not see anything until that 5 laps are left, right?
They've been doing some math, crunching some numbers out there, and trying to figure out how fast they're going and how they work. It's actually, I think it was 20 minutes, but it looks like it's going to be more like a 30-minute race.
Boy, it probably feels pretty good when you get those numbers and you're like, okay, I got this. Just 5 laps, I can do this. Okay, now I'm down to 2, so I'm over the halfway point of the 5. Okay,
the leaders coming through right there, so they're on to 4 laps. And so 4 laps, but it's 4 miles too.
Yeah.
4 laps, 4 miles, about 12 minutes or so.
That's a good look at the turn, how you just lean into it. And watch how wide they go. All the way over that white line, very close to the curb. So they're using every little inch of that road.
Every inch of that road, and the faster you go, the more difficult that turn is.
Well, it's probably, you feel a little bit more comfortable when you're going around it without a pack than you are when you're going around with a pack, I'd imagine.
You have the ability to brake, you have the ability to choose your line, you have the ability to do whatever you want. When you're locked into that pack, you are doing what the pack is doing.
So I think they have lapped the guys behind him, right? Because these are our 2 leaders here.
These are the 2 leaders, and there looks like there might be a little bit of a gap, but Peters is always really good at closing the gap coming out of this turn.
And I mean,
see if they're still together when they're going up the hill.
And depending on what the gap is, I mean, you're looking at your laps too. Like, if he's got a good lead, you know you got 4 laps to make it up too.
Well, you got 4 laps to make it up, but you don't want to lose the draft, really, is what it comes down to.
Yeah.
You want to stay connected as a pack. And that's the big thing right now, is they've got to stay connected. You can expend a lot of energy closing that gap to get back up to your competitor. And that's where you're burning matches. That's where you're saying, okay, this is it. I don't have as much to give to get to that final turn in that sprint to be the first person across the finish line.
Exactly. A lot going on in just a race that you would look at as a layman and go, oh, yeah, they're just racing. There's a little more to it than that. It looks like our leaders now coming up on the inside. Lapping the lap traffic here.
Yeah, so they're on the 7th lap. We're waiting to get the lap time for the following pack, because this is a pretty decent collection of athletes that will be going for number 3. Now, unless anything unforeseen happens to the first 2. They really have, 2.5 minute lead over the pack, so it's a pretty secure lead. They're looking at each other as opposed to looking at anybody coming up from behind.
Well, you talked about them closing the gap. Look at that. That's already closed from the turn before that.
Right. That's exactly it. Yeah, they're right back together. I'm assuming that they're going to stay together right up until that final turn, Brad.
There they go right there. That is Christopher Morago and Jeffrey Peters. Peters, the Army, also Morago Army.
I don't know if Morago was listening to us. We got a salute on that. I don't know if he was saluting us and that was their tactic, or if he was telling us we don't know what we're talking about, which is always a possibility, or if he was saluting somebody.
There's that
in the audience, which probably is more likely. So 3 laps to go. This is when you start thinking really about that strategy, about the tactics. What are you going to do? How are you going to make it work? How are you going to take advantage of what you do well?
Sometimes we don't even bring it up. There's actually speed bumps too on some of these intersections they go through. Does that make a difference at all?
Oh yeah, it'll make a huge difference.
So this has been their approach. Fade a little bit to the right and then just cut right inside.
That looks like a bigger gap, though.
Again, yeah.
We've seen that a couple of times. And going up the uphill, it looks like Peters has been able to close that gap going up the uphill. And, as Allison was talking about, you don't want to spend all of your energy coming directly out of the turn and try to accelerate so quickly. Just bring that gap back slowly, slowly. Stay in your rhythm, stay at your pace, and bring them back in.
Exactly. There it is.
There's your Shaka guy.
And the beard doesn't seem to be affecting him aerodynamically. He's staying in it.
He's staying in it. He looks like he's in a comfortable
I mean,
comfortable position right there.
I'm sure it's hot with that beard. I mean, that's a thickie right there.
It is. He's happy to see a little cloud cover.
Sometimes he plays Santa in the off season.
So now not only did Peters close the gap, he's back in front.
It seems like when they, okay, so here's when we talk about the speed bumps. There's the speed bump they got to go over right here.
Yeah, the thing that's different about the speed bumps, that's not one of those ones that kind of jostles you.
Yeah.
But it actually, you're going uphill and it gets steeper as you're going up that speed bump. It's just incrementally steeper, but that's steep enough that you definitely notice it.
They have taken this same turn together. Every single time they've gone around this turn, they've done it the same way.
They've done it the same way, and they've been, if you watch, they're taking a pull at the same time. So they're back and forth. They've mastered this course, but they really, that's going to be one of the interesting parts here, is to see how they take advantage of it, because they've been in a comfortable kind of position. You take it here, I'll take it there. Okay, I'm leading into the turn, then you're going on the uphill.
But is there a plan, do you think, for them to end this race? Now they've been together the whole time.
I am guessing that there's a plan, that somebody's going to try to put a little surge in.
And once again, Jeffrey Peters in the recumbent, and then Morego, he is in the T Open. So you got one is T2, and then you got T Open with Morego. So two different categories. So it doesn't matter if one is second and one is first. They will be in first place, both of them in their respective categories.
Right, exactly. You are 100% right there. And the interesting thing, if you look at the times, they are approaching, or if they pass, I think they're approaching the pack here too. So let's see how that comes. So lap traffic might well make this more complicated. I have not noticed it, but I'm looking on the times.
But what is the proper thing to do in lap traffic if you're the guys that are being lapped? You're supposed to make room, aren't you?
You know, usually that's the case, is that you're making room, but
yeah,
they're in the midst of their race as well. So, you know, there are a bunch of them in that pack. Regardless, it makes it a little bit harder to figure out where your line's going to be, because you've got to anticipate where they're going.
And you look at so far, Morego, he's on 9 laps. Peters is on 9 laps. So we're looking at, what are we looking at, 11 laps in this for those guys?
Yeah, 2 laps to go, so they're going to get the bell when they get here. That will be the indication of 1 lap to go.
And once again, thanks for joining us, DoDWarriorGames.com, joining us online and joining us live here in beautiful Colorado Springs, the Olympic City. Big thank you to Fisher House, our platinum sponsor, helping military families. And big thank you to the Wounded Warrior Project as well. Here's our 2 leaders right now in their categories. In the T Open, that's going to be Christopher Morego. And then in the T2, Jeffrey Peters. As we take a look at them. Coming into some lap traffic, it looks like.
This is the lap traffic. Is it going to be at an easy place?
There's the communication. There's the communication between them right there.
There's the bell from Morego and Peters. So that lap traffic might well congest this next turn. Are they going to be able to pass them before the turn? And it looks like they are going to be able to pass them. It's going to make it a whole lot easier. Let's see how it works, because they're catching up to a whole bunch of people right now. There's a race going on, and there are more obstacles on the road than they had anticipated.
Because when it all plays out, you don't know by the time you get to your 10th lap. You don't know where everyone's going to be. You don't know how far you've lapped people by.
No, not at all. Not at all. Makes it far more exciting for us here Makes it exciting for them too, but
It
not
does.
necessarily in the way that they want it, right?
Yeah. For a cycling call, yeah, exactly. It's fun.
Morago just a little bit wider again. Peters off the back again, but we've seen it every single time he's closed that gap going up the hill. So as they're going up the hill, I think they're going to have an easy time passing the pack. It's not going to be any issue with the lap traffic going up this hill. They'll be able to be in front of pretty much everybody, as far as I can tell, looking at the numbers right now. And then it'll be the tactics of what are they going to do going into this final turn. Brad, what do you think is going to happen? There's the anticipation happening right now.
I feel like the way they've kind of set this race up, I feel like they're setting it up to finish the way they've been running it.
And what do you mean? They're going to finish together? Do you think they're going to?
I feel, well, I feel like, okay, what do we fight? Is that Morago?
Morago on the left and Peters on the right.
I feel like Morago is going to be the one to cross the line first, and Peters going to open that up for him. Because that's what it's looked like every time they've gone into that turn.
Well, that turn, but you've been seeing the turn that they've done at the bottom.
Yep, not the top turn.
So this is
right.
the top turn. So we've got to anticipate what's going to happen. It looks like Peters has been a little bit stronger on the uphills. He's generally taken the pull on the uphill side. So is he going to be able to take that pull and really push it into the turn and finish it?
Well, in Morago, the way he would always go into the turn first, and he would go in more of an inside line. And then the way we've been watching Peters been taking kind of the outside line.
Yeah, this is going to be it. They've taken a lot of turns together, and now the question is...
Same way they've been doing it right here.
Exactly. So does Peters get the inside line right now? Looks like Morago's closing the door. It looks like they are going to come over together, I think.
Well, that's a respectable way to do it. I think, yeah, they're going to bring it.
They're coming together. Okay. Okay,
Let's go. This is awesome. There they go.
This is the teamwork part. They work together the whole time.
Crossing the line, Christopher Morago will cross the line first in the T open recumbent, and Jeffrey Peters will cross the line first in the T2 recumbent.
Uh-oh, we've got a crash down there. Crash at the turn, down at the bottom of the hill.
Do they put a caution flag out? Is that how that works on that one?
I don't think there's a caution flag. No, it's just kind of get people out of the way. They're moving a little bit slower than your NASCAR.
Little bit. Yeah, you don't need the lap car to come out, right?
It's a little under 190 miles an hour or whatever that is.
So great race in action that we've seen so far here today.
Well, don't forget, we had a battle for first and second, but there's a bigger battle for third, and I think that bigger battle for third, we're going to see more tactics. I don't think we're going to see quite as much friendship.
Yeah, because, you know,
see it afterwards.
It's a podium spot. You can hug it out afterwards, but we're talking podium there.
Right now, we've got Adam Karillis, Curtis Ballou, and Michael Bradley on that 10th lap. So this is going to get exciting. They're racing for third place. They've been running together the whole time. And so that's SOCOM Air Force and SOCOM.
So Adam Karillis for SOCOM looks like the one who has the advantage here. The double shocker there. Okay, he's feeling comfortable. So the recumbent man on course as we are wrapping things up here with this one. Hand cycle's coming up next. Who's going to take third place? It's a full-on sprint now.
We got to get the TV to get us to that group of 3 for third place.
Heck, 1 and 2 finished for the day.
They're finished for the day. They're in their cool down right now. So Corrales, number 519. Curtis Ballou, 508. Michael Bradley, 406. They will be the next ones going for the finish line. We got Curtis actually coming through in third place. Corrales in fourth place. Separated by 7 seconds there. And then Michael Bradley is still in that last lap right now. So Curtis Ballou went and took a little, put a surge in. Put an effort into these guys.
So our next race coming up going to be the hand cycles. We'll be doing that in about 8 minutes. We'll get underway with that one. So some great stuff out of Christopher Morongo. Good time for him. Good solid stuff, getting that #1 spot. And then also Jeffrey Peters, both of them getting #1 and coming across, holding the hands. The camaraderie with both those guys, of course, representing Army. So good to see that.
It's a difficult thing to achieve. They have a 0% differential.
It's not easy to do.
Not easy to do.
Yeah.
Hundreds of a second happen really quickly.
Yeah, you're trying to keep it as even as possible. And even though they're not in the same, both of them will finish with great times too.
Oh, which is actually interesting. So you've got Morago, who's in the open, and then Peters, who's #1 in the T2. And
then T1, what was that down? Terry Scott's still going.
Yeah.
He's got a couple laps left in his. There it is right there. That's the moment. Well, that's good to see that. Hand cycles coming up. We'll have upright women and then upright men after that. So we have some more racing action. 3 more races coming your way.
Yeah, and it actually looks, it's actually interesting in that I think we missed Brandon Duenas, who ended up second in the open. And then Curtis Ballou ended up third in the open. And Adam Corrales is in fourth in the open.
Well, you were sure right, though. Peters and Morago, just exact same times. 32:57.10. Brandon
We will get official scoring soon.
And you know it's official because they stamped the top of it with an official stamp.
Yes, that's it's nice to know that. Got the hand cyclists coming up to the start line. That will be our next race.
And it's the same deal, right? The exact same way that we just ran recumbent men.
Exact same way that we ran the recumbent men, yes. Yeah, so it'll be about that 30-minute race. We do have a smaller field of hand cycles, so we'll actually have combined some of the men and some of the women will be racing at the same time. So we're used to this a little bit where we have a variety of classes within the same race.
I could say, but I might as well show. There are things we could guess, but we might as well know. So hurry up, girl, you've been taking too long. We can't just get crazy like there's nothing wrong. Cause all I hear is talking, and all I need is action. Baby, till the morning, a little satisfaction. If you just take the time, everything could be simple, and every day I'll be with you, no lie. It's not that complicated. that complicated. It's not that complicated. You think that it's hard when it's easy as pie? We got the ingredients, why don't we try? Yeah. No need to be greedy, I'm yours for the night. But could be for life if you're treating me right. Yeah. And you can keep walking, walking, walking. 'Cause baby, I need action. Just a little satisfaction to keep me holding on. 'Cause if you just take the time, everything could be simple. And every day I'll be with you, no lie. It's not that complicated. 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 If you can keep it simple, boy, we'll take it easy. I gave you all the info. What more do you need from me? 'Cause everything you say you like now, you can get it all right now. Baby, it's not hard, it's no lie. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated.
And back to some more racing action out here. 2025 DoD Warrior Games, Colorado Springs, the Olympic City in all of its glory. Here's the lake at the cycling roster here for our hand cyclists. So it is a smaller field, Chris, than what we have seen so far, right?
It's a smaller field. It'll be interesting to see how this works out, if they're able to establish any kind of a pack or if it's a variety of people who are all on their own pace and effectively doing a longer time trial than they did earlier this morning.
So 20 minute, is that what this one is?
20 minutes.
So this one's 20, and then we wrap up the day with 2 45 minutes, right?
Right, so 20 minutes. So I am guessing that these will be 6 2/3 laps. I don't know how we do that. How does that
They're a lot younger than I am. Like, exponentially, so we're...
Chris Waddell, Brad J here with the call. 2025 DoD Warrior Games. Cycling day 2 underway. 9 days of Warrior Games action in the hand cycles.
So we're into the second lap with the hand cycles. One of the things we got to look at the turn. So the turn was a big deal with the recumbents, right? The hand cycles are a little bit lower. And so this is kind of your Miami Vice kind of analogy.
Harder?
Right? Well, it's
Are
a
you
little bit lower, so because it's a little bit lower, they corner the center of mass is that much lower.
Okay. So the road racing is underway right now. The hand cycles on course, 20-minute race.
Leaders are approaching the finish line for the second time. This is a criterium, so we are doing the same course over and over and over again. You get to know this course really, really well.
You get to know every little rock and pebble and speed bump and U-turn.
You really do. It's amazing how you learn it, and it also, you start off, and as fatigue sets in, then each part of the course starts to look a little bit different. Where you powered right through, didn't notice the hill the first time. Second time, you notice it a little bit more.
Let's also talk heat with tires as well. So does it slow you down a little bit when the surface that you're racing on starts getting hotter?
When it's getting hotter, I mean, if it gets really hot, like on the asphalt, you're probably not noticing much of a difference as far as the heat of the tires is concerned. On the track, we'll start seeing the track will get softer and softer the warmer it gets. So we'll be on the track later on this week, or next week, I guess it is. You'll notice that more. It's not quite, I mean, this isn't Phoenix hot, right?
No, this is definitely not Phoenix hot.
Phoenix hot, you might just get stuck there. Or if you have to stop at the start line and wait for the gun, you might end up in a hole.
Well, the good news is if you you're hungry and need some protein, you just crack an egg right on the sidewalk.
Yeah, works out great.
Bring a spatula and you're eating some protein right there. Yeah, so here we get towards the 10-minute mark.
So this is approaching the halfway point. Really, it's a 20-minute race today.
Hey, you know what? Chris, I haven't heard from Tina in a while.
No, let's see what she's up to.
I feel like she's slacking on her job, so why don't we just send it down there and see if we actually can catch her doing some work here today. Tina, what's going on? Are you working still?
Oh, Brad J. Yes, of course. I've been giving these guys a break because they just dominated that last race. These two crossed the finish line at the same time. Christopher Morago, Jeffrey Peters, and I'd say communication and really just working together was the name of the game on that race.
Yes, ma'am. That was the whole plan when we first started. We talked about this the last 2 days, how we were going to execute, and we executed it.
Yeah, you absolutely did. For us, it was fun to watch. You seemed to take the high line on the turns. Was that the plan also?
Yes, it was. When I hit those apexes, I need to go as wide as possible so I can come out of them smooth.
Yeah. Okay, so who was in charge on the downhill, right? And then someone was yeah, okay. So take us through that strategy.
For one thing, I weigh more, so it causes you to go faster down the hill. So we figured I would go in the front because we would go faster that way.
Yeah, and then you were carrying this guy on the climb?
Yes, ma'am. That's right. One way going up, then he was the guy going down.
Yeah, and then crossing the finish line together at the same time. How was that for you to be crossing the finish line with him?
Actually, was it 2 laps before we finished? We decided we were going to do that.
It was really fun to watch. Congratulations to both of you guys.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll get back to the other race. Oh, one more thing.
I got a brother named Leo from Fort Campbell, Kentucky. He's a Vietnam vet. He died a few months ago, and he used to be on the cycling team with us. And I didn't want to cycle at first, but this 76-year-old man told me, have a little bit of faith, come back, do it again. Every time I show up, I'm like, oh, this is terrible. You go up the hill. When I first started, somebody had to take my pole and push me up the hill. And that was old man Leo, 76 years old, to help me get up on the hill sometimes. He said, don't stop. And he's one of the reasons I kept cycling. But he's in heaven now, and he's a wonderful man. I just want to say thank you, Leo. We did this for you, brother. Cool.
That's great. Thank you so much for your time, you guys. All right, Brad.
Oh man, that's a tearjerker right there, man. That's good to hear that too as well. That's just amazing to hear all that going on, and he wasn't even going to race, and then Leo like telling him what to do, and he needs to get out there, and he did it. One lap to go here.
It's 3:55 and sorry about those technical difficulties, but we'll call it in into the finish. Yeah, things go wrong. That's nature of life, right?
Or we can blame Chris Waddell, or we can blame Brad J.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it could be a group effort. So crowd's stepping up right now. So you're not hearing this at the house, right? so the hand cycles race finishing up. We got 2 more races coming up after that. The upright women, upright men, those will be 45 minutes. Wow, that's it's gonna be a long race. We're gonna see some more lap times some more laps on that one. What did we see? 11 laps, I think, was the recumbent men. And that was a 30-minute. You think 15 maybe? 15 laps? Something like that for the 45 minutes?
You should be around there.
Yeah.
Should be around there, maybe a little bit faster because it's based on the fastest individuals. So I think.
Is that how they do it? It's off the fastest individual, right?
On the fastest individuals, yeah. So we had 2:30 was the fastest mile this morning. So we might be, might be a little bit more, might be 15, 16, 17, 18, maybe.
And they get the hottest part of the day. So the most laps get the hottest part of the day.
They do, they do.
It's fair, doesn't it?
Yeah, might as well. Enjoy it fully.
You talk about how low the hand cycles are. You can really see it right there. So low profile.
Yeah, this is where I was giving you the Miami Vice analogy,
I'm feeling
right?
it.
This is
what was it? Crockett and Tubbs?
Crockett and Tubbs.
Yeah.
In their, what was it? Was Lamborghini? Is that what they had?
Was it the Lamborghini? I don't know. I remember like modeling my wardrobe after Don Johnson back in the day.
Did you? Yeah. No belt, no shoes, or no belt, no socks. With all the pastel.
With all the, hey, that was Big Ben though.
Oh, it's Miami, right?
Yeah,
There's a lot of pastel in Miami.
Okay, here we
Got
go.
it coming right to the finish here.
And the final laps getting completed right there.
So they took it from the turn and actually sprinted off of the turn. That looks like that was Dmitry Checo, who was in first. What is that?
Well, you can check.
1.3 seconds, 1.31 seconds.
That is the difference.
Is the difference to Carson Shaw.
That's pretty close. And so when we always see him finish off a race, you see him still putting in those pedal strokes and those hand strokes. Is that just is for the body because you just don't want to stop cold, or why do we always see that in races?
You're cooling down, right? That's a big part of what you're doing. Is you can't stop immediately. You gotta cool the body back down, and so yeah. I mean, you look at this, like at the Tour de France, those guys get off the race and then they get on their rollers, and they're just pedaling along on the rollers. Put the ice vest on to cool down.
That sounds actually good right about now.
You could do an ice vest right about now?
I could do an ice vest.
But interesting, we saw some of these guys yesterday, didn't we?
We sure did. And it's funny seeing them, they're probably yesterday going, okay, a little nicer. You're indoors, you got some air conditioning, you're powerlifting, and then you're outside in the elements and the heat.
And you're doing it over and over and over again.
And then the greatest thing about all that is you've only put in 2 days. You have 7 more to go. You're not even close to the halfway point at that juncture.
No, you're just waking up. You're just recognizing
and
what you're in for.
And when you go back to your hotel room or wherever you're staying, this is where you go back there and you go, man, I'm really tired, but that's only been 2 days. I still have 7 to go. So that is a lot of work, and that's why it's a marathon, not a sprint. You got to take your time.
That is for sure.
So 2 more races, and a couple big ones too. Upright women have a few, and then a lot in the upright men. So we're going to have a full course out here for our final 2 races.
The look mom no hands thing going on there.
How good do you feel when you get across that finish line though, huh?
You feel great, but it also it's related to how you've done along the way too, right?
Yeah.
because you look at it and you go, okay, that was a good effort. That was good result. That certainly makes it better.
Well, once again, we can't thank you enough if you joined us for the first day yesterday and now the second day cycling. Here's some of the sights and sounds of what we've seen. You really got to negotiate. We learned one thing here. You got to negotiate that U-turn, and you got to do it well because those hay bales come up quick.
They do. They do. That's not anything you want to have come up quick.
Got to stay hydrated, as we can see, because it is a hot one now. A lot cooler this morning. But it is hot now for the competitions throughout the day. So good stuff. We've seen so much. We've seen the time trials. We've seen the recumbent women, the recumbent men. Chris Waddell alongside 13-time Paralympic medalist. Well, Chris, we got 2 more races to go, but these are going to be the long ones. How do you prepare for those?
Well, you prepare for them the same way. I mean, really, it's just, I think it's going to be getting into a pack, really, is what it's going to come down to.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully it breaks into a pack. But, I mean, this is what you're going to ride. I mean, if you go out for a ride, this is what you're going to do. You just don't happen to do it in a criterium kind of way.
I'll tell you, it's crazy for me to see it because when you were talking about today and how comfortable they seem when they're in the packs, that's the part that I don't want to be in a pack with a bunch of people and having me could affect the turnout if I wreck or something and take other people out.
Yeah, you don't want to be responsible for that. No, that's for sure.
You don't want to be that guy. Okay, all right. More races. That was the hand cycles, upright women, upright men. Coming up, stay with us. More racing actions right here from your 2025 DoD Warrior Games.
told y'all it ain't a game. Now we finna show y'all what we made of. You really think you ready? So you wanna be a warrior? Inside of us there lives and breathes a warrior. It's time for us to rise, unleash the warrior. Warrior. Whoa. So you wanna be a warrior? Warrior. Whoa. So you wanna be a warrior? Lacing up my cleats, prepared for the conflict. Like a pack, we hungry wolves, how the squad get. Eagle eye on my prey when the ball lift. You out your league, dog, you flexing on the wrong click. Master samurai on that field, bruh. You boys ain't man enough to make the real cut. Special ops in the game, cause my skills up. Big dog in the ring with you little pups. Rebel battle tested, check the resume. Was taught to act first and never hesitate. I'm also at my best when the pressure's great. Hit opposition like a train, watch them levitate. You standing face to face with the destroyer. You think you ready for the smoke? So you wanna be a warrior? Inside of us there lives and breathes a warrior. It's time for us to rise, unleash the warrior. Warrior. Whoa. So you wanna be a warrior? Warrior. Whoa. So you wanna be a warrior? You think you ready for the smoke? They ready. You standing face to face with the destroyer. You got the wrong one, boy. You think you ready for the smoke? They ain't ready. No prisoners. You standing face to face with the destroyer. So you wanna be a, 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 so you wanna be a warrior. Warrior! Inside of us there lives and breathes a warrior. It's time for us to rise, unleash the warrior. Warrior. Whoa. So you wanna be a warrior? Warrior. Whoa. So you wanna be a warrior?
I know that you don't really wanna be with me. So I don't wanna tell your body so desperately. Yeah. Yeah, I know I'm just here to pass the time. Why you grinding about my waistline? Yeah, I know that you don't really wanna be with me. So why not running up and into your arms? Like we've been together for years, but it hasn't even been that long. And I don't know why I'm so addicted to your charm. When I know all that you want is for me to be on your arm. Got me making all the wrong decisions. Got me thinking that this time it gon' be different. I don't wanna be a new addition, but yeah, I'm my ignition. Got me making all the wrong decisions.
This is the main event. We came to shut it down. Wiping the tears away. This is the day I stand my ground. Everybody watching me while I'm trying to figure out which is the way to go. Can you hear me now? Never say never, cause you never know what's ahead of you. Under books so many years, now it's hard to grab the schedule. Yeah, if you don't get nothing, remember these words I said to you. Seize every moment, might just be a better new.
And a big hello as we work our way through the mid-morning session here, as we are getting set for the upright women, a 45-minute race that's going to be going on. Brad J, Chris Waddell with the call. Stamina is going to be important in this one, being that it's 45 minutes, right, Chris?
45 minutes, it's heating up a little bit. There'll be more people on the route. Going to be interesting to see how those turns work out. If we end up with a big pack going into those turns, could be a little bit more exciting, forces them to be a little bit more tactical. More interesting for those of us on the outside.
So on the upright bikes that we're seeing, how light are these bikes traditionally, like your average one that's in a race like this?
Oh, I think you're having 20 pounds or less, really.
That's it, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's next to nothing. Unlike your bike, though, there's no power assist here.
Just no, you have to do it on your own.
Yeah, there's no e-assist here.
I mean, I am 61, so it's...
Hey, I mean, whatever story you tell yourself. You know,
as long as you believe it, right?
As long as you can sleep at night, that's all that matters, right?
I love that you did that to me right now. Thank you so much. So yeah, lighter bikes. What kind of air pressure? Like I'm an 18 to 20 guy.
Yeah.
What are they rolling with out here?
I mean, on some of these, you're looking at. I mean, oftentimes for the longest time, it was 100 to 110, but you're starting to go to wider tires and a little bit less air pressure.
Now, not tubeless, right? All these tires are tubes, right?
You'll have probably everything there. Well, you'll have tubeless, you'll have sew-ups, you'll have clinchers, you'll have just about everything.
What's a sew-up?
So a sew-up is when you have the tire and the tube all in one. So
they
sew it all together, and then you have to glue it onto the rim.
That doesn't make someone happy when they have to change that tire, does it?
It's a little bit harder to change.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
'Cause you have to stretch them out to get them onto the rim. Depending on the tires, it can be quite a wrestling match.
What's going through your mind at this point, right before you have a nice long race? How do you calm the nerves and be relaxed going into it so you just don't get into a full-on sprint war when you start?
Going through my mind before I start is let's go. I don't feel like hanging out at the starting line any longer than I have to. I don't know if I'm looking to see if there are any people who are nodding along to that. You're trying to stay mellow, but really it's just they bring you to the line and then, okay, let's hold on. Okay, now we're going to go. It's like, okay, let's go. We're ready to go.
And if you're fast, are you trying to get that whole shot? If you feel like you're one of the faster competitors out there, are you trying to get in front of the pack right away? Or do you want to get behind someone so you can get their cadence and pace yourself off them?
You know, one of the things, you're going to get to that turn relatively soon. The advantage of being first person in the turn is that you get to follow your own line. There's an incentive there. If you're going to go run the whole thing on your own, sure. Go and create a gap
45 minutes
from everybody.
Is a long time.
That's a long time. So there are people who will do that. But I would imagine this is going to kind of go off relatively easily. People are going to be pretty friendly. But it is a pack, and it's a relatively narrow kind of road, too. So you kind of want to string that out a little bit just to make it a little safer.
So there's two ways to look at it, too. I mean, if you feel you have the confidence and the speed, and it is a big pack, maybe you lay back to kind of just keep with the pack, just see where you're at, and try and find your opportunities.
If you don't think anybody's going to leave you, it's not a big deal, right?
Yeah.
You know, if you're worried about getting dropped right at the start and having to run on your own, that's not a whole lot of fun.
No, you've got to stay with somebody, right?
Yeah. There we go. Let's see how it shakes out here.
So we are officially underway. Upright women, 45 minutes on the clock time.
And to answer your question, they're kind of staying right there in a pack. Nobody's taking it straight out to the front, Brad.
It's a longer race, right?
It's a longer race. No need to burn yourself out right at the beginning.
No, once again, go back to it being day 2 of 9 days of competition. And you might not be competing in everything, but you're competing in a lot of events. And so day 2, you could go out and just go, I'm going to lead this thing. I'm going to take it over. And like half hour in, wait, okay, maybe that was not the best idea.
I remember somebody giving me an analogy about a 500, was it yard or was it meters back then?
500 meters.
You were still racing meters, okay.
Yeah, swimming the 500-meter race, 20 laps of the Olympic-sized pool. And I could never, in a million years, pace myself. I would hit the water and I would just go, 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 go. And I would lead. Like I said, I could lead for 5, maybe even 10 laps. But there is no way I'm holding on. And I'm fading so hard at the end, not even on the podium. So can you imagine leading half the race? Right? You've led half the race and you're still not on the podium at the end.
Everybody safely through that first turn. I can't imagine that. I understand exactly how you're saying that. Everybody safely through that first turn at the bottom of the hill.
That's good.
But they were kind of strung out. You know, this is kind of like in that arrow kind of formation, right? Where everybody is one person in front of the other. It's going to shake out a bit more as we go uphill, but it looks like there's some packs forming.
All right. Well, you know what I think? Well, while we're getting these packs forming and getting underway with that, let's check back in with Tina Dixon, our old friend. Tina, what's going on? Where you at?
Yeah, well, I'm with Carson Shaw, who had a great performance in that hand cycle race, finished on the podium. But Carson, how do you describe that race?
Definitely a little unsatisfied. I definitely went out to win, I think, like we all do, and second place is a little bit of a bummer, but I'm stoked on my performance and happy to be out here for sure.
Yeah, we were talking earlier back in the mountains. You grew up in the mountains, so how nice is it to be at elevation again?
It's just like being back home. I grew up in a little town, Minden, Nevada, just outside of South Lake Tahoe. So being back in the mountains like Colorado Springs, it's almost identical to where I grew up. I love it.
What does your week look like here at Warrior Games?
Week's pretty busy. I'm heading out right after this to go do some ciders for Air Precision, and then straight from there to basketball practice, and I got about 5 games today, so.
It's nonstop here at Warrior Games. That's what I think people forget, that it is nonstop for you guys.
Yeah, no breaks, but I love it that way.
All right, well, podium result. We look forward to seeing you for the rest of the week. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks, Carson.
Thank you so much, Carson and Tina Dixon there. And I mean, I'm sorry. I've been saying it all day long, Chris. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. Carson knows. He's competing in all these events, and you can't come in and just, I'm going to destroy everything, every single event. There'll be nothing left of you halfway through this.
This is what you're saying as the announcer. What would you be doing as the athlete?
I'd be dropping events probably. I'd sign up for, I'm going to do 9 events. Okay, would you believe I'm doing 7? Okay, well, 5 sounds good.
So we did have the pack come through. 3:01.16 was the fastest rider in the pack. Whole bunch of people. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 in that, really 5, 6. Close, 7, 8, and people are really pretty darn close right there. So that's a pretty big pack.
Yeah.
Going about 20 miles an hour. So averaging about 20 miles an hour.
And they're almost done. They only have 40 more minutes to go.
Is that what it is, really?
45 minutes. Yeah, so don't get too hyped up.
No, I think they'll be working together. And the question is how much they have worked together in the past. Working together on a bicycle is something that is a little bit more challenging. To be efficient in that pack, to be able to change the lead. Oftentimes you can do like a diamond kind of formation where you're going back and forth. You go around the diamond, and then when you get to the lead, you're leading, and then you're into a place where you have a little bit more break from the wind. It's this is one of the challenges for these athletes is going, because sometimes if you're going from the front and going all the way to the back, then that gets to be a little bit harder.
Yeah, and we saw that, first off, if follow to get the latest news and updates, you can do that on social at DOD Warrior Games. Well, we saw it out of Morego. We saw it at Chris Morego and Jeffrey Peters, not in the same categories, but they raced together the whole entire time. And they said with 2 laps left, that's when they decided to hold hands and cross the line at the same time. So they had their plan going into it, but they still even executed a little differently at the end.
Yep, they executed a little differently. They had their plan. They figured out that Christopher was faster going downhill and that Peters was faster going uphill.
He blamed gravity on that.
He did. That's exactly it.
So if you and I were racing, I would be the gravity guy.
You'd be the downhill guy, I'd be the uphill guy. Okay, that's good. See, it's good to know before you start.
Yeah, because if we were to race, that's how we'd have to do it. Because I got some gravity behind me if I'm going downhill. And if you drop a pedal assist in there too, let's go.
So here we go. This is fast. We're going to get a lot of laps in 45 minutes there.
Is it too fast?
Already finished 2 laps.
I mean, is it too fast on a hot day like this with that much time on the clock?
I don't think so. I think they'll be fine as long as they stay hydrated. get some water along the way.
Do you ever get caught up in the hype during the race? Like where you just, oh, I gotta go. And then all of a sudden, you're not doing what you planned to do. Now you're expending more energy. Does that happen to you in a race like that?
Oh, 100%. Yes. Oh, I've definitely been there. I started pretty well. I accelerated well. So I could accelerate into the pack pretty well. But sometimes you're expending a lot of energy in that pack. Being relaxed in the pack is a true skill. To be able to be relaxed, take advantage of that draft, catch a little bit of air, and then be able to do what you need to do. But it's easy enough also to be in the pack and expend a whole lot of energy, surging forward and then bumping into somebody's wheel and then coming back.
It seems stressful.
And having to accelerate again, and you're accelerating over and over again to stay in the pack. And the people who do it really efficiently are the ones who are going to be successful. And then they're just moving along. It's just not a big deal.
I don't know. If I was in the pack and you're kind of slammed in that pack and everybody's so close to you, I think that would just kind of get on my nerves a little bit. Like, oh, I got to be in the right place. This guy's too close to me. Why is this guy so close to me from behind? And why won't this guy move a little bit? Like, I feel like I would expend too much energy thinking about everybody else in a tight-knit pack. And every time I see a tight-knit pack in racing, I just don't understand how you could do that and be calm at the same time.
It's reflective of experience, really, is what it comes down to, right? Because you haven't spent as much time doing that.
Yeah, exactly.
The people who do it, the guys who ride professionally, say there's no place more comfortable for them, more peaceful, because they know that everybody in the pack knows what's going on. So it's all predictable for them. And again, yeah, at times things do happen. We've seen that. If you watch the Tour de France or something like that, you see something weird that happens, and sometimes it's the fans on the side.
Like an idiot getting in there with a sign,
with their signs and some of these things. But at the same time, it's a really secure place. They say this is the place where you're cruising along through those valleys in France. And this is still, I'd imagine, a lot of these athletes haven't had as much of an opportunity, obviously.
But one squirrel
as the Tour de France athletes.
One squirrel could ruin your whole day.
One squirrel really could ruin your whole day. You can't plan for that squirrel.
No. And you can't be looking for him either. You got to you still got to run your race.
Yep. One squirrel, one traffic cone, something like that can really ruin your race.
One thing.
Yeah.
Well, and then we also have to remember, like, a lot of these, they're not professional racers. They're not professional cyclists. So this is not, I was talking to a gentleman who's racing today, and he's never raced before. This is the first time he's ever raced. And so he's doing this for the first time. So you're not a pro cyclist. So you have to kind of adjust it on how it plays out, because you've not been in that, like you say, you get comfortable because you do it all the time. But if you don't do it all the time, it's hard to find that comfort level, isn't it?
Right. And it's not just a race, it's doing it in training as well. You're in a big pack in training and you're going out and you're not racing against those people that you're training with.
But it's teaching.
You're getting your workout in, but you're getting comfortable being in the pack and being in that close proximity to people. And one of the things that's happening in this race that's interesting is they went out at about 3 minutes for the first lap. The second lap, they went 2:31.
Is that, and to me, that's everyone that is hyped up and everyone's pushing each other now.
They've created that pack, and they're going fast right now. So we'll see how that works, right? So that's the fastest lap right now is 2:31.42.
As we see him navigate through the U-turn, keeping it away from the hay bales. Nicely done right there. Hey, I think it's about time we check back in with Tina Dixon with more guests in the mix. Tina, who do you got with you this time?
Yeah, I'm with Demetrius Walker, who will be racing in the men's upright. That is still to come. But keep in mind, he raced earlier in the time trial. So between that race and then your upcoming race, what's the process been like?
Recovery right now and developing a strategy for the race. Big time.
So how much are you looking at the other races and then what the temperatures are doing, what the weather is doing to strategize?
So I'm relying on, one, what my teammates are doing out there, two, making sure I stay hydrated, making sure I'm getting everything that I need for the race, but also talking with my teammates so we can develop a strategy against other members.
Yeah, because it's a different beast when you're out there with a lot of people racing in a pack.
Oh yes, oh yes. So Team Navy is developing our strategy and we're coming for everybody else.
There you go, right there. Team captain, so you've got the strategy, but give us some other duties as team captain.
So motivation is big out here. All of us have overcome a lot of things, and sometimes it's hard to see in a competition, but we've trained together. We've been in the trenches together. So my role is maintaining motivation, making sure my team is locked into their sports, and being that ear when they need it.
Hey, thanks so much for your time. I'm going to let you get back to your team.
Alrighty. Team Navy, let's go.
You heard it, Brad.
Demetrius Walker right there, breaking it down. And you know what? It's the mission statement of the DoD Warrior Games. Enhance the recovery and rehabilitation of the wounded, the ill, and injured service members by providing them exposure to adaptive sports. And I don't think Dimitri could have said it any better than that. So thank you, sir, for what you do. I am, we're supposed to be, impartial. My dad was in the Army, a lieutenant colonel in Korea and in World War II. So there is a little bit of heartstrings get tugged on the Army side, but I can vote for Navy. I can vote for Air Force as well.
You can. Okay. You can.
I can separate the two.
Can you really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know.
I mean, if you're okay, let's get it out of you. What would be your team if you're not announcing and you're off to the side? What is the Armed Forces branch you would look to want to see do good? Obviously, all of them.
I'm actually. I mean, this sounds like the right answer. I'm pretty impartial here.
I like it.
I'm more individual oriented, and I think that's one of the fun parts of this event, is that you get to know people and you get to see some of the personalities in the events, and you see guys going from powerlifting to cycling.
Yes.
That's like being a sprinter, a 100-meter sprinter, and then deciding to go run the marathon too.
Yeah, it's a little different, a different caliber of what you need.
Different body types, different physiques, different objectives. It's kind of cool to see people taking that risk and stepping out of their comfort zone.
Individual accomplishments. I like what you said there, because really, when it comes down to it and what they're doing, yes, they want their service members to win, but it is about getting out there and competing with the camaraderie of all the people on your team as well.
It is. So we are 4 laps into this right now. The 4th lap was completed in 11:01.
You're looking at
actually 5 laps now.
I feel like we're looking at 12 laps here today.
This will be a good extended one right now. So Kyra Maggio is off the front. She has completed 5 laps, and she's completed 5 laps in 13:44 and has, a 24-second lead over the pack behind her. It's always interesting to see this if you establish a gap and maintain that gap, do you establish a gap and then build on that gap?
Depends how much energy you expend to start that off to get in that position, and how much that. It's like your fuel tank. What's it on when you're halfway through? Is it half empty or is it half full?
I agree 100%.
Big thank you to all the athletes out here and competing for these epic 9 days of competition.
So Kyra, over those first 5 laps, averaged a 2:44 lap. So that's basically like a 2:44 mile.
Yeah,
which is over 20 miles an hour.
And our time trials, we saw, 2:20, 2:30 or something like that for the fastest lap?
Right, exactly. Yeah, we saw 2:30 was the fastest that we saw.
So to be able to hold that through, numerous laps, through, 5, 10, 20, 12 laps, that's the key right there.
Yeah, she's going fast right now, so that's 21.7 miles an hour right now.
Gives a little look over the shoulder. Make sure no one else coming in that turn.
Kyra is from the Army. She's trailed by a pack. It's Gabriella. This is always, her name always catches me, doesn't it? Carbajal?
Yes,
from
Carbajal.
Marines. Allison Smith, which is a little bit easier one for me to pronounce, from the Air Force. Yen Soto from the Marines. Jessica Garcia from Air Force. And that is that pack that is chasing Kyra. Kyra's now gone through on her 6th lap. So 16:31.59 for 6 laps.
That's Kyra Maggio, who we're talking about for the Army. She is a retired captain from the Army. Thank you to the fans, you guys showing up and getting behind all the cyclists today. We appreciate your enthusiasm as we embark on these 9 days of epic competitions here.
Yeah, so she's maintaining it. The average has gone up a little bit. Went from a 244 to a 246.5 average per lap. So dropping down, but still maintaining about a 21-mile-an-hour average.
Yeah, still she's not even at the halfway point's not even reached yet. So will that taper off more? So I gotta think we're gonna see 14 laps. She's on 6 and we're not even at the halfway point.
I think you're probably right. I think that's. Let me see here, Brad. I might crunch some numbers here. See what we're gonna do.
First of all, they'll be crunching numbers. Getting up
Right,
on.
looks like a 16 and change. So we'll probably end up with 17 laps on this one.
Wow. That is a lot of racing.
Unless the pace slows, it is getting warmer.
I feel like the pace is gonna drop off a little bit. I don't think it's gonna slow too much, but I imagine that it seems like they're all very excited at the start. At some point that 6 in, saying, I cannot sustain this.
.83 degrees right now. Looking at a high of 87 today.
Yeah, well,
cloudy, but that sun keeps poking out.
We'll be there, right? With the men's, will be the hottest point of the day. The men's will finish.
About 86, yeah, it looks like it.
So once again, a big thank you to the Fisher House, our platinum sponsor out here, helping military families. That's Fisher House. Love what they do. Also Wounded Warrior Project. You hear some of the fans shouting to the cyclists, work together, as you were saying. So important in a race like this to work together with your fellow riders.
That was the chase group that was coming through. They needed to work together, try to reel in Kyra Maggio. Kyra Maggio has about a 33-second lead right now, 32.25.
That's a big lead.
That's a solid lead. That's a solid lead, especially when you look at it and it's a mile loop. And so that is 20% of that mile loop.
And we were sending them today in the time trials at 30-second increments, so they wouldn't get next to each other.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what she's able to do. If she's going to close that in, is she going to find a way to catch up to that lead pack, or are they going to find a way to catch up to her? Obviously, with 80% of the lap to catch up to the lead pack, that's going to be a little bit harder, but we've got a few laps to go.
Yeah, it's going to come down to stamina for sure. Like who's got more of it as we get down towards the waning hours of the race. We're at 21 and change right now out of a 45-minute race, so just about at that halfway point. little drafting going on here. And so also the energy, let's talk about standing up and pedaling. So you get up on your pedals and you get up out of the saddle. You can't do that for a long period. You can't sustain that, can you, for a long period of time?
You really can't. No, you really can't. I mean, it really makes more sense to get into that rhythm and stay in that rhythm. You want to avoid the red line. That's it. And it's really easy to jump here and there, jump and get you burn a whole lot more energy.
Well, some of the great things about, the DoD Warrior Games, such a proud symbol of American resilience and unity. It began 7 events, grown to 11 now, and celebrating the branches of the military. So thanks for joining us online, DoDWarriorGames.com. Final race coming up after this one, that will be the upright men. We are at the halfway point here of the upright women on course.
Pretty close. So Caramaggio went through at 21:59.09.
Okay.
So if we're talking about 45 minutes, it'd be 22 and a half.
She's added 4 seconds on to Allison Smith now. He's back at 37.70. So extending that lead some. Maggio looks like has the stamina today. See if she can hold on to that.
Looking really good and really strong, and she's been consistent in her lap times. That's what you want to see, is get into that pace and just stay consistent.
She's not all over the map on those times, right?
No. No, that's going to burn far too much energy. And she is actually in the C6 Open, whereas Allison Smith, who was leading the chase pack, is in the C5, and then Yen Soto is C6 Open, Jessica Garcia, C6 Open, and they were all in that pack, as was Gabriela Carbajal.
Ooh, I think that's the one.
Do you think that's it? You think I've got it now?
I think you nailed it.
I hope
Carbajal.
so. Carbajal.
It's just fun to say.
I think it is. I mean, it's fun to say that way. I'm hoping that we're saying it the right way.
Oh, did I just feel a breeze?
It might be, yeah. We're starting to pick up a little bit. I mean, that's the way it works. As that temperature rises, the wind comes in with it. And then, as we're told, the thunderstorms come in the afternoon, so it's good that we're going to get done this morning.
So when did they say, 3 o'clock? Is that thunderstorm time? Is that prime thunderstorm time here?
I think it was. I looked out and I thought it was a really big storm coming in. It got really dark.
No, this is normal. So just hit that 25-minute mark of a 45-minute race here. The upright men will go at it too. They'll have a 45-minute race, and there's a whole lot of double the crowd size for participants on the men's side. So Maggio has done 9 laps so far with a 24:42.25. Fastest lap for Kira is a 2:31.42. Yen Soto, fastest lap for Yen. Second fastest lap time, 2:35.45. Allison Smith with a third fastest lap time, 2:42.91.
She's like getting faster. Leader. Leader, 304.
There you go, keep it going.
There you go.
I was down early. I was down at 5:40. Getting the bikes out. First security back there. So I was
No, she'll hit me during swimming anyway, so it's okay. I had it coming. Huh? Yeah, she's one of my swimmers. She could be fight deep. You're almost there when there's one lap to go. That's when you're almost there.
JT gets in today? Is that?
I think so. No.
No, I think as long as you're like outside of it.
Bigger on the south side, obviously. But I didn't like it. 300 stuff on the yeah, I felt like it.
5 to go.
Yeah. What's the
Leader, 5 to go. 304.
Thank you.
Slowing down a little bit.
All right, so we are joining you back here in the middle of the racing action. 5 laps to go on the upright women. One more race to go after this upright men. It's twice the size of the field. Chris Waddell, Brad J with the call. And what are our lap times looking like there, Mr. Waddell?
She was at 304. Kyra was at 304 that lap. She'd been running earlier on, like in and around 245, so a little bit slower. This heat has to play a bit of a.
There's no way it doesn't.
It has to play a bit of an index. Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah, and I felt like there was the way they started this race off. It seems like everybody was gunning for the #1 spot. It didn't seem like anyone was taking it easy. Yeah, they stayed as a pack, but that pack was moving pretty fast.
And the chase pack just went through, and they were 54.52 seconds behind.
And so that's
so they'd been 30 in the low 30s.
It's like a third of a lap right behind.
And so really, yeah, it's about a third of a lap really is what it comes down to. We'll see how this works because as you know, the middle of the race can be the hardest part, especially that third quarter of the race can be a hard time continuing to maintain the pace, keep the pedal down, right?
I feel like once you get past that halfway mark, I mean, I look at that as, you know, I drive across the U.S. all the time. It's like once I get past that halfway mark for the day, okay, this is doable. But until you get to that halfway point, you're like, wow, I'm not even halfway yet.
And are you a music guy? Are you listening to music the whole time?
Both. I'll switch it up.
DJ, right? I mean, you're classic rock.
I'll even sing.
Is that with anybody else in the
no,
car?
It's got to be solo.
Okay.
So a little Brad J karaoke by myself sometimes.
And what is your go-to? Are you going like AC/DC kind of stuff?
No, I actually go with Blink-182. I Miss You. That's the one I do.
Okay.
Johnny Cash does the version of Hurt. I do that one.
Okay.
So there's a couple.
And these are all recorded. People.
Well, no, you go on YouTube and you
get the Brad J CD.
No, there's no way I would do that. But you go on YouTube and you pull up the ones that are the karaoke versions of those songs. So if you do that on your phone, now you got the words on your phone. You can put it up in the window, so while you're driving, you can actually see the words and you can sing it.
Okay. Okay.
I'll teach you.
I'd go a little bit more.
What would you go with?
More old school. I'd go with like a Harry Chapin, you know, like Taxi, you know, one of those. That could be. Yeah.
I could do a little Otis Redding.
Otis Redding. Okay, got a little bluesy.
I could step to that every now and then.
Okay. We might have to ask Tina Dixon when we get her back online what she goes to, or she might just.
I'll bet you she doesn't karaoke. I just have a feeling that Tina does not karaoke. Maybe she does.
I don't know. She might be able to knock it out. This might be.
I'll bet she can.
Out of the park, yeah.
Well, she's been a professional announcer for many years, so you got to think.
The pipes.
Yeah, she's got the pipes. You got to think she could sing.
Yeah.
We'll check with her.
We'll have to check with her and see what she's got.
Right now, we're going to go to Tina Dixon and find out if she can sing karaoke.
Well, we might have to go to Tina Dixon for a little a cappella right now, right?
There's no way she goes for that. You never know what's going to get brought up in a 45-minute race. That's all I'm saying right now. 3 laps to go.
3 laps to go. We're getting closer and closer to that bell lap. Really put the hammer down.
Oh, that's got to feel good when you hear that, huh? You got to when you're in the first spot, you're leading the race, and then you hear the bell.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't have people breathing down your neck.
Yeah, it's right on you. So 35:43 time so far for Kira Maggio.
And then the gap is 1:01.73. So there are.
She's opened that up.
3 athletes now in that chase pack. Gabriela Carbajal actually dropped off of that, so she is now 27 seconds behind the chase pack.
It'll test your endurance, won't it?
It is.
It's a massive test of the endurance, that's for sure.
1 minute is a lot of time, so I don't see that chase pack bringing it in, but we also have Maggio in C6 Open.
Yes.
C6 Open. Allison Smith is leading the race for C5. She's in that chase pack. And then we have Jessica Garcia in C6 Open. Carbajal would have to do something miraculous to close that 27-second gap.
Yeah, and as you're talking about, we're looking at 4 different categories. What? C4, C5, C6 Open, and then also the Open as well.
Exactly. And so what we're going to look for is really it's going to be a big race between Soto and Garcia for second place in the C6 Open.
Yeah, the race is going to be for 2 and 3 for sure. And they've kept it pretty tight. Whereas then Kira Maggio has opened up a solid lead now.
Solid lead, and she's been strong. She's been building that lead throughout the race.
So she has been, her training has been what has really helped her get to where she's at here today for sure.
So 14 laps. She just finished her 14th lap. I am thinking we're at 38, 33. Thinking that we'll get to 17 laps. We'll see when the bell goes.
So 2 laps to go on course.
See Soto leading into the turn. These guys have to be feeling each other out, figuring out how does this turn work? How do you accelerate out of the turn? How are you maintaining your momentum? How are you making the turn? Where can I expose a weakness?
Yeah, and 2 are in Air Force. 1 is Marines. So maybe that's a teamwork effort to kind of push the Marine back.
Yeah, there's often a tactic. I mean, one of the tactics that you can do is get to the front, let your teammate have the 2 Air Force at the front, let your teammate go off the front if you have that acceleration and you think you can out-accelerate. So this might be something that they can exploit.
That's your bag of tricks right there, huh?
There's a little bit. There's a little bit. Like let them go off the front, then accelerate up, and the the third place person is off the back.
And if you're watching, cycling for the first time, this is what is really cool about it. All the little tiny things that can mount up and mean something big in the end.
And if you think about it, Allison Smith is already in first place. She doesn't have anything to lose. She can go out and work for her teammate, Jessica Garcia, right? Because Allison Smith, there's nobody else in C5 anywhere near her. So she's she's already done it, so she can drag her teammate right up there. Create that gap. So let's see what happens. This is what makes cycling very, very exciting.
Because once again, they're in different classifications, but they're on the same team. So it's your position is not going to be affected by her, but you can help affect the positions of the other classifications if you're pulling the team game there.
Yeah. Yep, so they lost another 6 seconds on that last lap. They're on 14. So this is the 15th lap. So we got the bell lap for Kira Maggio. From the Army, C6 Open, 41.22.11 seconds. 41 minutes, 22 seconds, and 11 100ths. Still fastest lap of 2:31.42. What do you think, Brad? Is she going to break out the fastest lap in her final lap?
Okay, yeah, does that happen very often?
Lap number 16?
Does that happen a lot?
No. I wouldn't think it would happen at all.
Not with that many laps, right? Yeah.
Not with that many laps, and especially she's been out front right now. I mean, where you might see it is when there's closing of a gap or something like that the pack has decided they're going to close the gap. Okay, this is the race that we're looking for, the race for second right there.
Air Force sandwich going on there.
We just went through the turn at the bottom of the hill. Soto now is putting the hammer down, going uphill. Or going downhill, sorry, going downhill. They just finished that turn, so they got a preview of the hill, of the turn at the top of the hill, and see how that's going to shake out. So.
And where do you strike at? Where do you make your move?
Yeah, I mean, well, we talked to Allison. She said she would want to make her move going into the turn at the top. If you climb better than the other people, this is where you can establish a gap and you can create that incremental distance. Soto is at the front, which if she's able to create a gap, that's a good thing. If not, Air Force might be hanging her out to dry, letting her burn herself out, taking that kick away. This is where a lot of strategy's happening.
Look at this, so another Air Force athlete moving in too as well. So you got 3 here. They're ganging up right now.
Now they're going into the turn at the top. That's where Caramaggio.
Maggio head down and just pedaling those strokes in now. That was Mercedes Rangel just went by us.
There she is, Caramaggio.
She has done it.
Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so they let Soto take the lead going up the hill, and she's created a gap coming out of the start. That's out of that last turn. That's a tough move to make right there. She did all the work going up the hill and then still had enough to put distance between her and the 2 Air Force athletes on the way down.
Now look at that gap. Soto moving to number 2 spot and then some.
Look at that. She created a big gap. She looks really strong. Oh, so this is going into the turn. Okay. I feel like we're seeing more turns sometimes than I was expecting. So she created that gap on the uphill, which makes more sense.
But she's opened up that lead, and that is where you want to be on the final lap.
There she is, coming across the finish line.
Boom. So she will come across 45:03.68.
Sprint. Looks like Allison Smith came in 3rd. Jessica Garcia was 4th, but Allison Smith is 1st in her class, so it actually ends up being Caramaggio in 1st, Allison Smith in 2nd, Jessica Garcia in 3rd for the C6 Open, and Allison Smith taking the honors without anybody within sight for the C5.
Well, great racing action out here. A 45-minute race in the books on the upright women's side, and we'll stack them and rack them on the upright men. We'll put 45 seconds or 45 minutes on the clock for them, and that'll be our next race coming. But some good racing action. You got to pace yourself. It's warming up out there for sure, Chris.
You are right, Brad J. That's for sure.
So you can hear the crowd getting behind all the riders out here today, bringing them across the line. That was Sherry Sanders we saw come through.
Seeing some of these athletes come across, and it's reflective of just how strong those first athletes were, that a few of these athletes are down a couple of laps as well. But sprinting for the finish. It's a 45-minute race, Brad.
Yeah. Well, and we have double the size of the crowd coming up on the men's side. There's a lot more competitors. So this should be very interesting to see how things start out on the men's side.
I think it's going to be interesting to see positioning in this men's race, because it's pretty big. The distance from the turn at the top to the finish is less than the distance from the finish to the turn at the bottom of the hill, right? So they have a little bit more time to shake it out, but positioning is going to be really important for the men's race.
Yeah.
And so you're going to have guys who are going to take risks to try to get on the right wheel. You want to get on the right wheel. You don't want to get dropped before the race really starts.
Yeah, I mean, it's 45 minutes. Don't really want to take yourself out in the first 5, right?
You don't want to take yourself out. You don't want to be involved in a crash, but you also don't want to miss the break. You don't want to miss that pack, because working on your own is that much harder than working with another group of athletes.
Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights that we've seen so far. Our cycling highlights here for day number 2 with DoD Warrior Games. It's all about that start. Look at that pole shot. You can see them talking with each other too. Communication is so important in races of this size. You got to communicate with your teammates. All right, well, that is going to wrap things up with the upright women's side of things. We're going to be getting into the upright men. That's coming up in a little bit. We'll get underway with that one. And some amazing racing action we have seen all day long. We'll continue to see that right here, your 2025 DoD Warrior Games. Let your friends know. If you got people that would love to watch this, hey, let them know. They can watch at DoDWarriorGames.com. They can stay up to date. Also, every time we finish one of these, we will upload it to the Warrior Games page on YouTube, and you'll be able to follow along. So, final race on the way. Upright, man, a 45-minute race. That is coming up. Don't go anywhere. More racing action right here, Colorado Springs.
There's a black cloud hanging over us. Retribution can be so dangerous. The falling rain and the rising tide. You're not to blame, but you're dying inside. There's a black cloud hanging over us, hanging over us. Still we aim for glory, for glory, for glory.
And welcome to our final race of the afternoon, day 2 of your 2025 DoD Warrior Games. It's all about the cycling. We've seen time trials and down the road races, and we end on the crescendo of today is going to be the upright men. And there is a look at the cycling roster, the guys that will be competing. And they are locked and loaded and ready to go. Chris Waddell alongside Chris. This is it right here.
This is it.
This is the last race.
This is the big show, and a whole lot of guys in the race. This is going to be exciting to see. I mean, I think there's a bit of strategy, and interesting to see just the start, right? So we have a variety of different classes to go as well. So we've got a tandem that is actually going to start in front of the regular pack, just to keep everything clear, keep everything safe for everybody.
That would be Henry Escobedo for the Army. And they will leave first. And here comes the pack now.
Pack coming up to the line. They're not going. There'll be a second start command for them. So now this is going to be interesting to see.
Oh, yeah.
You see guys clipping in, getting ready. It doesn't look like there's a mad start, but now it's picked up the pace, right? People are looking for their wheel, looking for that lead pack. And they're chasing down. They've got the rabbit out there. This looks like oftentimes when you get a breakaway and you get the pack. Oh, you've been out there for a long time. Now the pack down and pass you.
And we'll see how this goes into the first U-turn. Will our visually impaired cyclists stay in front for the first turn? That would probably be the best for them at this situation. Yeah, we'll take the turn. Nice and clean around the corner. And now here comes the pack. Let's see how they negotiate here with a whole lot of them all trying to get the whole shot here around the U-turn. Oh, great camera work right there. See how close they take it to the hay bales. Seems like everybody has their own approach right there on it.
You have your own approach, but then I think it you get stuck, right? You get stuck. I mean, sometimes it's still, even though you know it's going to happen, you know it's coming up, you get stuck in your mind and you get into the turn before you even realize you're in the turn.
Yeah, we'll get some separation. We saw, 14 laps, I think, out of the women on that one. So you got
16, right?
16
laps. 16
yeah.
laps for the women.
What do you think the guy's going to do? A little faster? Maybe 17, 18?
17, 18. That's what I would say. We had a 2:30 time trial. We'll have to see how this shakes out.
And the crowd getting behind them as they come here in front of the booth. And they're spreading out a little bit. That front pack is holding about 8 or 9 in that front pack. And the enthusiasm is infectious right here with the crowd. They are on point. Bringing the A game. Here they come.
Yeah, that's a quick one. We will get the numbers here and see what happens. So 2:41 lap in that first lap. They were sort of shaking it out. I'm guessing, as we saw with the women, the second lap was the fastest lap.
We're going to see the same here out of the guys. 2:41 is what we saw. That was Justin Finley, or Finsley. So 2:41, we think we'll see some 2:30s?
I think we'll see some 2:30s. We had 8 people in that lead pack. So that's a big pack. That can be a lot of people to do some work in there.
So an 8-man pack, where do you want to be in that situation? You want to be in the back? You want to be in the middle? Front? Where do you want to be?
I mean,
where would Chris Waddell want to be right there?
I generally am not super excited about leading the pack.
Yeah. Because you know you have to overwork, right?
You're working hard. You're working hard.
Yeah.
Exactly. I know. I wish I were more. I wish I were more of an endurance guy. I'm a sprinter. So I'd try to get in the pack and get hidden as best I could. Just stay there and not let anybody know I was there.
When some people say to you, it's a marathon, not a sprint, you go, why can't it be a sprint?
It's a series of sprints.
It's a full series of sprints. It's all kinds of sprints. If you're doing 17 laps, it's 17 sprints. There you go. Thank you for the crowd, you guys showing up. Seriously, getting behind all the cyclists. I mean, on a hot day like this, I know in your mind you're out there going, we're not even 5 minutes into this thing, and I'm already laboring.
Are you talking about the fans, or are you talking about the athletes?
Talking about the athletes.
Okay.
The fans might be too. It's a little hot.
It's hot, and they might not have any real cover from that sun. That sun's getting hotter and hotter.
So they're kind of staying in a line now.
Yeah, they're in one big line, which that gets a little bit harder when you pull off. So oftentimes you'll get the guys who are the strongest guys who will pull off, and then they'll kind of make a little space, like 2 or 3 back. They won't go all the way back to the. And then you got those 2 guys on the tandem.
They're probably happy that people are getting around him at some point.
Staying in touch.
I'd be looking behind myself the whole time on that as they come by the front of us here. All right, time to check back in with Tina Dixon. We never got the does she sing karaoke? We don't know that.
We're gonna have to find out. I
Yeah.
think she busts out an a cappella song right now.
Tina, what's going on, man? Who you with?
I am with Kara Maggio, who just won that last race, put the head down, created the distance. How would you sum that up for you?
Well, I think it's looking at my competitors and thinking that they're going to catch me any second. So that was the motivation to just keep going, because you never know.
Yeah. How important is it for you to come out to these races and be part of the Warrior Games?
So this is probably one of the most special times in my Army career, and it's created the camaraderie that I've missed since my last deployment and actually getting out of the Army. So it's wonderful to get another taste of the Army, you know, get camaraderie between all the other forces, Air Force, Marines, Navy, SOCOM, and just, you know, one team, one fight.
Yeah, people go home and they live their individual lives, so to be back in that camaraderie, I mean, how special is that?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's, you know, you come back and it's like you never left, because everybody has the same story. Not the same story, but a different story told in a similar way. Deployments, you know, being away from family, and it's fantastic to just kind of bond over that.
And then get out here and race and perform in the heat nonetheless, but congratulations.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, guys.
Oh, that was nice to hear. And I mean, and you think about it too, if you take it on that level, you know, they join and they get their deployment, something happens, they end up going home, and they're not around the people that they, you know, the camaraderie through basic training, through, you know, your deployment as well. Now you're not around those people anymore. And then all of a sudden, here's your opportunity with Warrior Games. You come out there and compete, and then you realize you missed that. You missed the camaraderie of being together, and now you are in a athletic format.
Well, you're back with your support system, right?
Yeah.
You do a really difficult job, and you dig in to do that job together, but you have that support system to do something difficult. And then you get injured, and you're cut off from that support system. So it's great to be back. And now they're competing against each other, which is certainly a difficult thing as well.
Yeah. I like what
but they have the support.
But I like what Maggio said too. Every lap, I just kept someone's going to come back upon me. No one's. She had a pretty good lead there.
We were watching. We didn't see it happening.
Yeah. But I could see when you don't know what's going on behind you. Yeah, when you're going to look across, when you're in the straightaway, and you can look across and see who you're ahead of and what kind of battle that is. But it's really hard to know what's going on behind you, right?
Exactly. It really is. It really is. We did have the lead pack come through the finish line there. And there are a pack of 8 of them.
I thought it'd be more spread out by 8 minutes into this race.
No, there are 8 of them, and the tandem is hanging tough. They're just out of reach of the pack. On what they call that rubber band, where that rubber band just starts stretching a little bit, and you don't want to stretch that rubber band too much. You want to stay in contact with the pack.
So I just noticed in this pack, so looking at some of the names, you have a gentleman that is racing for the Navy. He's in the C6 Open upright. And his name is Lorne Green.
Lorne Green.
Now, yeah, Lorne Green was the father in Bonanza, wasn't he?
Bonanza, exactly.
That's his acting. So, I mean, that's not a common name, right? So, did mom and dad name Green Lorne? Because obviously he's probably about that age where he was born around the time of Bonanza was on television.
So you watched a lot of TV in the 70s is what I'm getting out of this.
I was a huge Bonanza fan. I'm going to tell you that right now. So when I saw Lorne Green, that popped out too. What was he? Battlestar Galactica too, I think.
I think he did Battlestar Galactica as well.
So I wonder which Lorne Green he was named after, the Battlestar Galactica or the Bonanza one.
I'm thinking based on age, it would be closer to Battlestar Galactica than it would be to. That's our generation.
Did you watch Bonanza?
Oh, 100%. I love Bonanza.
Favorite character from Bonanza?
Oh, I was a Little Joe fan.
Little Joe. Okay,
oh,
Michael
yeah.
Landon.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to give it to you on that one. Me too.
You were a little Joe. Okay.
Oh, a huge fan of Michael Landon. And he used to have that great series was Heaven Can Wait. Heaven something. Yeah.
No, it's not Touched by an Angel, is it?
Yeah,
something like that.
That might be the one. So there you go. We just went into a little Lorne Green talk right there because you just don't see that name.
Still a big pack right there, and look at that. The tandem's hanging tough.
It looks like, what was the fastest lap time? We had a 2:32 right there.
2:32. It was actually 2:31.05 was the fastest. Tam Huang had the which is very, very similar to what we got out of Kyra in the women's race.
Exactly.
So this might well be 16 laps. You would think that with all of those people in a pack that they might go a little bit faster, but right now she's holding those men accountable.
And from our vantage point, you can just hear the crowd just going absolutely bananas out here. And talk about support staff. The crowd has been the greatest support staff of all these athletes. Final race of the day for the cycling. So to break down the schedule for you here at Department of Defense Warrior Games as we are in this 45-minute race, our final race here in cycling for day number 2. You'll be able to watch some wheelchair basketball pool play. That will be online at 2:30 start time, Mountain Time. So we are we're in Colorado Springs. So you're going to go on the Mountain Time. So 2:30 start time. So if you want to watch wheelchair basketball pool play, that will get underway today at 2:30. Robson Arena, the location. Tomorrow we will have Precision Air day 1. We'll break out the guns on that one. And that'll be kicking off at 7:30 tomorrow morning. A medal ceremony. So if you're watching what you're watching out here and you want to see your favorite athlete receive their cycling medal, well, you can get that tomorrow. 2 o'clock, that will be online. So big day for you Sunday. Wheelchair basketball going to kick off at 3 o'clock tomorrow. The finals will be 4:40. Get those underway. Wheelchair basketball medal ceremony Monday. Precision Air day 2. Some indoor rowing going on. Myself and Chris Waddell will be back at it on Tuesday, July 26th. We'll be calling field, and that'll be from track and field. We'll call the field events, and that will be online at 7:30 in the morning on Tuesday. Also, wheelchair rugby taking center stage at 2:30 on Tuesday. More track happening on Wednesday, July 23rd. That'll be a 7 a.m. start for that. Wheelchair rugby will go on that day too as well. Thursday, archery day 1. Some medal ceremonies. And Saturday. Ooh, it's going to be an early one for me and you on Saturday. Swimming starts at 6:30 of the webcast.
Ooh, there we go.
No webcasts can start that early.
No,
but they do.
Right. I am in complete agreement, Brad J. That's for sure.
And then we will wrap things up. Saturday night will be the final day of the Warrior Games. 14 minutes, 34 seconds, and ticking. Ooh, I see a 2:28 there.
A little faster, and you know what? You know who that is?
That's
the tandem.
That's the tandem, Henry Escobedo. Yeah.
Escobedo and his Stoker. They're making it happen.
Wait a minute. That's the term for that person who drives the front, is the Stoker?
Stoker, yeah, pilot Stoker.
I like
yeah.
that. Is he also like stoking the athlete up behind him? Hey, you're doing a great job. Good job, bro. I love the way you ride.
I think that's it.
Is that the Stoker?
I think that's it.
I could be the Stoker.
You could be the Stoker?
Yeah. I'll stoke you guys out. There you go. I did not know that. Thanks for the terminology on that.
Yeah, you're responsible for, look at them, moving fast.
They're stoked.
They're stoked.
I'm sorry. I'm a knucklehead. I'm a dad. Dad jokes. That's just how you're going to get out of there. All right, 15 minutes, 30 seconds into this one. So just under 30 minutes to go. They're still hanging tight in that pack.
Yeah, they're hanging tight. They're hanging tight, but Henry went off the front.
I think it's 7 still. I think they started with 8 at the beginning of this race. They've held to a solid 7.
Including, they had 8,
yeah,
and then 8 with Henry.
So you're a little Joe guy, huh? Not a Haas guy?
Not a Haas guy, no. I mean, I liked Haas.
Yeah, how about Adam?
Adam, you know,
he's a little bit of a
didn't get as
womanizer.
much play
yeah, he did.
in the show, really.
Yeah. Well, he got play, but on that weird sort of way.
Yeah. So what was it? A little Joe rode a Palomino, didn't he?
Yes, he did. That was the type of horse he had, yes.
Yeah. Palomino was pretty cool.
I love how we can get... When it's a long race, you're going to discover a lot of things. But 2:28, we discovered that Henry Escobedo, visually impaired, put up a solid time right there.
So he's put 31 seconds into the pack.
So don't forget, 2:30 today, wheelchair basketball pool play will start. And that will start at 2:30 today. There you go. Boom. Magically, it appears on the screen. How does that work like that?
Power of suggestion, Brad. Somebody's listening to you.
Oh, it's going to be on Vimeo and ESPN Plus too as well. All right, that's really cool.
Okay.
I have ESPN Plus at home.
Do you? I'm not sure if I do.
Do you have the Ocho?
The Ocho, exactly. Yes, I do. Those were the best commercials.
They were, weren't they? There was a time when ESPN, when they were diving into action sports, tried to rename all action sports EXPN. That didn't take off.
Didn't take off.
No staying power.
But at the X Games, like you have skier X as opposed to skier cross.
And you also
right?
have for motocross, which is freestyle motocross, Moto X.
Moto X, okay.
Well, they branded it in their X. So cycling, this is our final race of the day. And then once again, wheelchair basketball pool play will get underway at 2:30 start time.
That pack has stayed together. And look at the representation we have in there too, right? So we have We have SOCOM, we have Marines, we have Air Force, we have Army, Air Force, Air Force, Air Force. Those Air Force guys are hanging out at the back right now. I don't know what they're playing
notice
possum.
that.
Is that what's going on?
Sandbagging. A little sandbagging going on for Team Air Force.
It only matters at the finish line.
I mean, realistically, yeah, exactly. You could go and play shenanigans the whole day, and it does not matter until the race is over and you cross that finish line.
Well, this is where the tactical part of it comes in, right? If you're maintaining a consistent pace, all good, you can hang at the back of the pack, no big deal. But if you're at the back of the pack, you're in that much more jeopardy if the guys at the front of the pack say, you know what, we've got some dead weight here. We want to get rid of these guys, jettison them. And so they put the hammer down, throw in a surge.
You can't compete with that. You're like, oh, okay. I thought we were friends.
This is the risk.
Yeah.
No, well, that's what you say. I thought we were friends. We're like, okay, come up to the front and take a pull.
Yeah, well,
Then we're
no.
friends.
Yeah, we're not that good of friends. Yeah, I mean, if you have that, so if you're in the back of the pack, you have sprint skills, you have endurance skills, right? You have those skills, and you haven't had to tap into them. You're still in the race, but you're in the back of the pack. You're not worried if it takes off because you know whatever they do, whatever they throw at you, including the kitchen sink, you can keep up with it.
For the most part, but if a gap develops, and you don't bridge that gap, suddenly you go from being in the front pack, which actually this is the second pack because they're trying to chase down Henry, right? Who is leading. And so then if you're in the third pack, it makes it a whole lot harder. And then sometimes it requires a solo effort to get back on, to get latched on to that front pack.
But what if your skill set enables you to come from behind?
And well, it depends on when that happens, right? So if it's at the finish line, and you've got the sprint skills to make that happen, it's good. But if not, you have to use those sprint skills to get back on board.
And that could tap your energy too as well. And
might not have them at the end.
Yeah, and you still don't have it.
So this is, everybody has to know what they do well.
And I learned so much when I hang with you and talk cycling.
Yeah, it's good. Look at Henry just hammering.
Yeah, he's put up some fast times. A little bit of cloud cover, so a little bit of wind right now, cooling it down just a bit. I mean, to them, they're out there laboring right now, but you know, any sort of breeze or anything or some cloud cover probably gives you just a little bit of a break.
A little bit of a break from the heat. You do get a little bit of a headwind going down the hill, and then a little bit of a tailwind going up the hill.
Which, in a perfect world, I think that's what you want, right?
It works out pretty well, especially if you're in a pack.
Yeah, oh, we have a rider down. And he looks visibly shaken up. We do have the greatest medical staff on hand to attend to all the riders' needs. So any problems out here, rest assured that we have medical on it immediately. We want to thank our medical for doing an amazing job out here at Warrior Games. Yeah, you don't want to see it, but it's part of it. If you're going to take those turns and you're going to race this thing, you know, 14 laps, and you got 2 turns per lap, that's 28 opportunities for you to not have a good run around there.
Around that corner,
yeah.
Yep. And the more tired you get, the worse decisions you make usually.
One little sloppiness could earn a few raspberries, right?
That's exactly it.
And when you're wearing Lycra, not a lot of protection there, Chris.
No, I feel sorry for those guys like in the Tour. You see them go down.
Oh, my gosh.
They're in for another 130 miles or whatever.
You're graveling your wounds. And
the car comes up next to you and tries to clean out your cuts a little bit.
Yeah.
Go
Oh
on.
yeah, because you're not stopping, obviously.
No.
You got to go.
Okay, here they go.
that
There's the
pack.
chase pack right there.
6. That's a 6-pack.
6-pack.
I don't know what's on my mind
Drop
right
one
now.
more off. Yeah. I didn't even get that.
Until I finished the line. So calm. Putting in them strokes. That looks like a little laboring on the gentleman in the back. The cadence didn't look super comfortable. That's a whole nother thing. If you're just out there and you're just struggling to get those, that's taking all your energy. That's just energy zapping, right?
It's inefficient.
Yeah.
It's really easy to be inefficient.
And a breathing technique, so we haven't even really talked about breathing technique. Breathing technique is so important. And I know that whenever I'm climbing or I'm doing something on a bike, it's like, you got to get that, not like that, right? I mean,
yeah.
Is that something?
No, it is. It is. Yeah, you want to control it as best you can.
Yeah.
Control that system as best you can. I mean, it's an involuntary system, right? But at the same time, you've got to control
You got to
it.
control it. Because being sporadic is not going to help your longevity.
No.
Longevity, sorry. Longevity is important in that spot.
Or your longitude or any of that.
Or your longitude.
Yeah.
Or your
latitude, longitude.
Or you're lounging later. Yeah.
Or you're lounging later. Any of those. Might help your lounging later. Who
Yeah.
knows?
This is pool weather.
It is. It is. Changes in latitude, right? We're starting to talk.
Oh, there
Buffett
we
right
go.
There, right?
Can we crank that up?
Umbrella drinks and.
Shout out to our DJ here on site, DJ Nakaji.
Henry looking strong. They're just hammering right through. Hammering Henry.
Hammering Henry. And see, the rules with Warrior Games is you're only allowed to compete in 2 official Warrior Games. Now, when there's a Warrior Challenge, you can compete in that and still that not count towards your 2 Warrior Games. So the most you really can compete here, 2 Warrior Games and any Warrior Games challenges that come up, you can compete in those too.
Right.
But there's not those don't happen every single year.
No. Got to be lucky.
So your window of competition for Warrior Games is basically just 2 events, and that's it. The pack, the chase pack still holding at 6.
And the thing is, they are effectively leading, and they actually have some representation in that chase pack where it's C6 open, C6 open, C6 open, C6 open, C6 open.
They all are, huh?
Yep, C6 open. So they're all on that same program, whereas Henry is totally separate. He's winning his. He's winning the race.
Yeah.
But those guys in that pack of 6 will be duking it out for the podium.
Yeah, can they hang together here for the remainder? 17.5 minutes left. Yeah, Escobedo, 2:23.83. 2:28.83. So that's the fastest time. Second fastest, David Atkins, Air Force, a 2:33. No, second fastest goes down to what, the
2:31.05.
Yeah, and that's going to be Tom Hoing.
Tom Hoing.
Army. How much do you hear the instructions that people shout out when you're going by?
It often depends on who the person is.
Yeah.
If it's your coach, it's stuff that you've probably heard before.
So you know where your coach is at. So when you
there's a trigger.
Yeah.
There's that trigger of like, hey, make sure you do this. that resonates. That goes, oh, am I not doing it?
Just a little reminder.
Yep. It's easy to drift from those things that were so foundational during your training.
Now, what did you, I know you said earlier, what is the PSI they're running in their tires? What's their pressure?
They're probably running around 100, but some of the trend has been to go to less PSI, you know, in sort of a wider tire.
Doesn't that slow it down?
No, that's what they've been going to now, and I think part of that probably is the quality of the tires too, that you're still getting some rigid tires,
a lot better,
you know, within the construction, but it's distributing that weight.
Ooh, that pack right there. A lot of Air Force. A lot of blue and white in that pack. The fans are hitting a frenzied pace. We just saw someone from Air Force being taken off course. That was the one I think we saw in the U-turn crash that we saw.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it was. He looked like he was in a little bit of pain, but they will help him out.
Yeah, once again, the greatest medical on site here to take care of the needs for all the athletes out here. If somebody does go down, it's unfortunate. No one ever wants to see it, but when it does. No, we just saw video of him on the ground. We didn't see the crash, but it was pretty shaky. What the hell, Tim?
That's gonna shit out of me.
Getting the word, looks like 5 to go here. Okay, and you can see even the riders are asking for it too as they come by. So some official results. C4, Lindy Stark. Master Sergeant Lindy Stark for the Air Force will take the win from the last one, the upright women. Allison Smith will take the win for the C5. Staff Sergeant Allison Smith. And Kira Maggio, who Tina Dixon caught up to, retired captain, and she takes the win. Jens Soto takes the silver for the Marines. And Jessica Garcia, third place, Air Force. So Army 1, Marines 2, Air Force 3 in your C6 Open. 5 laps to go in this one. Final race for the cycling.
What was the DNF? 302.
So I think we're getting word that was Christopher Doro for Air Force, bib 333 that went down, Lieutenant Colonel. And the DNF, I think, for 302 from Tam Hong.
Tam Hong was really strong there for a while.
They show him on there.
I'm all together now. Eyes up in the corner. There you go.
Hey, that 333 was the one that went down, right?
So 4 laps to go here. This is it, the final push to get it done.
That chase pack, Brad, that's going to be the exciting part. Just
yeah. Well, it's going to come
finish.
It's going to come right down to it, right?
Got one of the Air Force guys dropped off the back. He looks pretty patient, wondering if he's going to find his way, latch back on to the peloton. Henry's got a minute and 19 seconds over the pack. Pack's been whittled to 5.
And that thing was at 8 for a very long part of the day.
Yeah, then whittled to 5. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a battle for the podium among those 5. Got to start thinking about it now. 4 laps to go.
So you got to recent your reserve tanks right now, right?
Either that or get into a place where you can build some of those reserves too. A little bit of a sprint coming off the turn.
Down to the final stretch here, the 3 laps. Still the fastest lap we saw today, the 2:28. For visually impaired Henry Escobedo from the Army. We saw 2:41. Martin Domradsky, the Radman for SOCOM. 2:41 for him. We saw 2:20. Did we see a 2:12? No, we did not. No. 2:31. David Atkins. Andrew Berghoff also 2:31 and some change.
And Tom Wong was 2:31 as well.
What a shame. He was on lap 11. Not sure what happened, why he is out, but he was actually having a good race.
Yeah, Christopher Duro went 2:32 as well. He went out on 8.
Up to 7 now in that pack?
7 in the pack, but I think a couple have latched on that are down a lap.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. 1, 2. Exactly.
Increasing those Air Force numbers, though, in the pack.
Boy, they take that thing right to the curb.
That's impressive.
Yeah, that is very impressive.
Impressive driving. Not just a stoker, but a pilot too.
The stoker. I mean, because he's stoking the fire? Is that the reason that would be the stoker?
Yeah.
Fire within?
Adding some of that, that power.
2 laps to go here. With just 2 laps to go. Where are the Army fans out here? Army, where are you at? Navy, you out here? Navy good? How about Air Force? We got some Air Force fans here? Oh yeah, big strong fan base over there. How about the Marines? You guys back in the Marines today? And then SOCOM. They have to keep it, you know, under wraps, SOCOM. Things
Don't want to publicize where they are.
Yeah. Don't publicize where SOCOM's at. There's one of our Marines out there.
So as has worked with the other races, when we get to the bell lap, it's one more lap. Everybody, that's their last lap when
That's
they
it.
get onto the bell lap.
Yeah, because there's people that are on lap 10, you know, and then we got lap 15 out there.
Right, they're not going to do 50% of their race afterwards. Oh, look at this! Look at this. There's a little bit going on there. Air Force has reinforcements everywhere in this pack.
They've called for, the Air Force has called for reinforcements here. And you can see the Marine in the front there.
Was it five Air Force guys in that one pack?
Yeah.
They're not all on the same lap.
No. Ryan Hernandez is the sole Marine in that pack. So we'll wait to hear that bell, and that will signify the final lap of our final competition. And that will put cycling in the books for your 2025 Warrior Games.
And it will be Henry Escobedo who will be getting the bell lap.
Yes, he will.
He is leading. Here we go.
Yeah,
There's
more.
the bell. So he is down 2 minutes to that pack. He's been flying, absolutely flying.
2:28.83, the fastest lap for Henry.
Henry might well have a shot. I mean, who knows?
So this is it. This is for all the marbles right now. Actually, it's a medal, not really marbles, but this is for all the medals. This is for the hardware right here.
This is for the hardware, man. Yep, that's exactly.
Final lap. Reaching for high fives out there. Still racing. Once again, if you're joining us online, don't forget wheelchair basketball pool play starts tonight at 2:30 Mountain Time. 1:30 on the West Coast. 4:30 on the East Coast.
Look at that pack. That's where all the excitement's going to come from. Final lap. Oh, and they're closing the gap to Henry. Look at that. They've picked it up.
This is going to be the battle to the end here. Now you look at the strokes they're putting in. Henry and his
There we
teammate.
go.
Yeah. Look at that.
Wow. Air Force first and second.
You got the Marines in third.
Henry kept him away though.
Kept him at bay, didn't he?
He really did. he got that little bit of an advantage to start off the race, and he maintained it.
It's that little extra in ordinary that makes it extraordinary. Just like it takes teamwork to make that dream work. And that's what Escobedo's doing right there. They got teamwork going on.
It was impressive, very much so.
Final lap. Air Force is trying to form an iron wall here.
Yeah, I mean, they're.
So what an amazing day we have witnessed all day long here. From the recumbent women, recumbent men, we had the hand cycles, then the upright women to the upright men. To our final race here today. There it is right there. Air Force to the #1 spot. Air Force 1 and 2, Marines 3. Oh, wait, it's regenerating right now. So David Atkins, it looks like, crosses the line first for Air Force. Henry Escobedo, they already crossed in their respective races. And then Brian Hernandez from Marines, he'll get by in that second spot. And Andrew Bergdorf, Air Force, in third. So there you go.
That strengthened the Air Force in that pack. The strength of the Air Force in that pack really came through at the end with the first and the third.
And what a pack. I mean, I just thought that thing would break up so long ago. And they really hung together that entire race.
They lost a couple off the pack, but the majority of the pack stuck together. But Henry, I think that was the most impressive ride of the day, Henry Escobedo.
Yeah,
and obviously he finished first and almost, or I guess he did, lap that the second pack, right?
Yeah. And once again, they had the fastest lap time, which was that 2:23.72. So it's good stuff there.
Stayed consistent.
So Air Force grabbing some top spots. SOCOM, bunch of SOCOM riders getting up in there too.
We're still working on some of the finishes here, so we've got to make sure that we get the official ones.
Saw some crazy stuff just happen right at the end there.
We're still all okay. Sound very silent. Did you put your music out?
So Warrior Games, once again, your schedule for today.
He's already cleared and gone, and his bike is.
Make sure that you join us back online here in just a little over 2 hours, about 2 hours and 15 minutes. It will get underway. Wheelchair basketball pool play will happen, and Congratulations to all the competitors out there, and giving it up for all the cyclists for day 2. Well, taking a look at some of the highlights from today. Those mass starts, always fun to watch.
Watching them go into that corner too. That corner was the crux of this whole race, wasn't it?
Sure was.
Not quite as much in the men's race as it was in the ones that preceded in the men's upright.
It's just crazy to go through time trials, and then you do time trials, and you come out, then you got to race for 45 minutes after your time trials.
Yeah.
And you're putting in some fast times in time trials, but that's not easy to be able to just check yourself, right? And be able to,
no,
hey,
you're supposed to go empty.
Yeah.
On the you're supposed to empty the whole tank.
Tank's empty right now.
In the time trials, and then it's
get
a few minutes to refill the tank and get back out and go for a ride.
And it's tough because we look at the time trials today, and it was so much cooler this morning, weather-wise, and then it gets hot. When you have your longest race of the day, you're looking at 16 laps out there.
Longest race of the day. They did have the longest period of time to refill that tank in between, but it got hotter and it got windier.
So that's not what you want.
No.
That's not.
No, those were challenges.
But that's what happens when you compete at outdoor events, isn't it?
Outdoor events. Yeah, that's outdoor sports. This is the way it goes. The weather is going to play a part.
Well, final thoughts for you and everything we saw today here on day number 2, Chris.
First of all, cool venue.
Yeah.
Fun to be able to have a criterium so you get to see the athletes all the time. Very fun that way. I think just great performances top to bottom. Just fun to watch it. And, Henry Escovedo, I think that was my favorite of the day. You looked at him, he got a little bit of a head start, then he ended up on the back of the pack, and then he went back and it went up a lap on the pack. Pretty impressive.
Very impressive, because I thought at some point everyone's going to pass them and they're going to be in the back of the pack.
Not at all.
And they held it the whole time, got the fastest, the fastest lap time to it at that 2:31.62. So good stuff out of them. Great stuff out of all the cyclists, and it's hard to believe. Day 2, halfway there. Today, wheelchair basketball kicking off at 2:30.
It's going to be great fun. Wheelchair basketball, always a great event. So get a chance to go see that, and we'll every day, right? 7 more days to go.
7 more days. For everything DoD Warrior Games online, make sure you also join us, DoD Warrior Games, the YouTube page, Instagram, and the schedule to Department of Defense Warrior Games, DoDWarriorGames.com. You can go there and get the up-to-date schedule on all the webcasts. More webcast action coming your way. Wheelchair basketball at 2:30. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 in the morning, we'll get underway. Precision Air Day 1. And also wheelchair basketball semifinals will happen at 3 o'clock tomorrow. So those are the days. On behalf of Chris Waddell, Brad J., thanks for being out here, and thanks for joining day 2 of the Department of Defense Warrior Games.